Look into my eyes.
Really? It's not showing
Oh,
up in my compendium. That's so fun.
Oh,
I love that. Somebody Discord me a link to something.
ah,
Because I can't remember where they're at. It's like in the book somewhere too, but it won't show up in the compendium.
their names ice goggles, sun goggles.
Anyways, we'll figure it out later. That's what we'll do.
Okay.
That's fine. Well, we're live on YouTube and Twitch. So let's do our little introductions. Hello, I'm Gats. I'm the GM for Beta of the Ancients D&D. Welcome to Season 6 sessions? Session 6. Yeah. Season 6, Session 6. And who am I
yeah.
playing with tonight?
Hello everyone, I am Eludria, and I will be playing Sane Dustveil. He's a small half-elf boy, and looking to make some mischief. Hopefully we'll see some tavern tonight.
Hopefully. Let's see how long your shopping list is at this blacksmith.
You know what? Shorter.
Is it?
Technically. For now.
Now. Hello, I am Charlotte, and tonight I will be playing Zilphanas Yakan, the Wood Elf Ranger. We'll see what happens tonight. Many things could happen.
And hello, I am Joe. I will be playing Valis Deleth. Valis may or may not be speaking a lot more this weekend because, recovering from the Rona. But anyways, if I go silent and look like I'm coughing my head off, I probably can, or probably are, and I apologize.
I don't apologize for dying.
No, never
Yes, it was
apologize for
stupid.
dying.
Okay.
Ugh, goodness.
So, let's jump into the recap. Now that we've done our warm-up. And can you guys hear me fine?
Yeah, coming in
Through?
clear.
Coming in clearly enough?
Yes.
Cool. All right. So, last session of Bane of the Ancients, your party successfully reached Bryn Shander. You gave your names to the Wall Guard, received a payment from Scylla, the trail boss, for your services, and scheduled a tiebreaker competition between Zilphanas and Helg, the copper-haired dwarven ranger that Zilphanas made buddies with, at the Northlook Tavern. Helg mentioned that he has business in town, but should be at the Northlook Tavern in the evenings over the next 3 nights at least. While journeying across town, Sami found a wax-covered flyer with a drawing of Helg and his name written below it. Let's see, at the beginning of last session, you guys had found yourselves outside the House of the Morning Lord, having just confirmed that Tom, the large Tabaxi paladin, was in fact cursed by Levistus. And after the human priest of Amator named Mishan healed his wounds, and she was also very grateful for the party's donations to the temple. You all had exited the shrine when Sane was showing Valis and Sylphanas the picture he found of Helg, and suddenly the party was surrounded by the wall guard, who were there to carefully apprehend Tom. Once you all moved back into the temple, it was discovered that Tom had secretly paid an old woman on the caravan to take care of an orc he found collapsed on the side of the road. Turns out that orc was a Slod host. A tadpole burst from the orc's chest, killed the old woman, and caused other havoc and injury on the caravan. Valis was one of the ones who was bitten, but the priest discerned that it did not seem to be infected with the Slod pathogen.
Good.
The guards ended up calling for a more powerful spellcaster who would maybe be able to dispel the curse on Tom and ensure the safety of the guards who were about to handle him. An old grizzled woman with an eye-patched, kobold minions, and a snowy owl on her shoulder came to the scene within a couple hours. She called herself Valini Harple, and she did offer to cure the tabaxi for a fee, but no one was willing or interested in paying. She did discern that the prisoner should be safe enough to handle as long as no one does anything overtly helpful for his situation of being cursed by Levistus. That's about as much as the guards paid for. So, the party was allowed to gather some of Tom's effects and followed Valini out of the house, converted into a temple. They asked her some questions as she walked, and though she answered some of the questions, it was clear that Valini took little interest in the party as they were, though she did say that she would keep them in mind should they become relevant. After this somewhat stressful encounter, the party went to the market square and spent some gold at Rendero's Emporium. The half-elf sold the party some scrimshaw, perfume, silken rope, and each a pair of snowshoes. He also offered to connect Valis with some spellcasters or require some spell scrolls for an upfront fee, but Valis declined. And we now rejoin the party outside of Black Iron Blades, where Sane wanted to purchase some knives and look into repairing Zilphanis' broken bow. I'm going to drag you guys back over to the map.
So, Jim, I have a note apparently to myself to make a history roll for Harples.
Oh, yes.
Please
yeah.
do. Has Valis, the studied wizard, heard of
Holy hell.
That's
the
the way
Harple
to start a
families?
game.
And what did you roll?
24.
Yeah, 24 history is pretty fucking high. Yes, you have heard a lot about these eccentric wizard family. They are unsure if it's famous or infamous at this point. Maybe both.
Both. Definitely both.
Chaotic, powerful family of wizards, often kind of pushing the line of what is possible with magic and having very little concern of repercussions to themselves or those around them. That's all in the work of progress, one might say. It's also kind of strange to see one of them out by themselves adventuring, though you know that the family, they all do all sorts of crazy wizard things. You've heard of kind of the compound or town that they live in, near the town of Longsaddle. And they have a wild kind of magic place there.
Ivy Mansion.
Yes, the Ivy Mansion. Thank you. Couldn't remember off the top of my head. Valini Harple, with the 24, specifically, you knew, joined a sort of group of elite, though possibly notorious, arcane studiers. I'm changing the name, but so I'm not going to give you that name. But they're basically, it's you're in that group. You guys you're like you're mean wizards usually. It's for those who they want to progress their power, they want to progress their influence, they want access to stuff. They will definitely turn a blind eye to like necromancy and liches and stuff. Like, whatever, just don't kill me, and we're good. That's the kind
Illuminati.
Yeah, basically. So, it's the equivalent of the Arcane Brotherhood in my world, if you're familiar with that lore. At all.
Okay.
Yeah. Basically, criminal wizards.
Nice. It actually makes a lot more sense now that as to why the Lady Harple's out here.
So yeah, you can assume she's powerful and dangerous and resourceful. Anything else you'd like to try and get with your almost nat 20 history?
Would there have been like any other stories of the Harples up north?
Not in 10 towns, at least not in anything that you've gathered recently. Again, the fact that she's up here might mean that there's something to do with that certain organization that she might be a part of, or it could be something to do with a specifically dangerous line of research that she's involved in. That part's unclear. But as far as you know, they don't have like a compound up here or anything. And the way that she was running around town, it doesn't really seem like, people aren't coming to her, she's going to them, if that makes sense.
Indeed.
Well, I hope that's clear. So, Valis, you're aware of all that. The other two are not. We'll just leave it at that.
Mm.
So you can feel free to, now that you kind of dawned on you, Harple. Harple.
Oh,
Oh.
oh,
Harple.
wow.
And you know, the tales you'd heard of Eleni, it was of her younger years. Like you probably even thought she was dead or something, but no, there she was, just right there.
Surrounded by kobolds.
Yep. Odd kobolds, at that. Something off
Quite.
about them.
Little shits that mimic her.
So before you go into Black Iron Blades, Valis, would you want to inform the party of any of that info, or are you going to hold that in your pocket? What do you want to do with that?
I'm gonna wait until like we're not out on the street to talk about one of the most powerful arcane families within the fucking continent. Just out on the street. Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. No.
Alrighty. So Valis will tuck that in his back pocket for now. And
Yep.
let me pull up my notes for the Black Iron Blades here.
Just wait for you to go here, if that's all right.
That's perfectly fine. Shouldn't be more than a few moments.
Of
Give you a little
course.
Leave it
wink.
when I see it.
Gives you a little wink.
Val also like lean up against the wall, like outside the door. Just
Sane's flying solo.
Oh,
Alright.
golly.
Alright.
oh,
I
gee.
can't interrupt you this time. I can't throw off your mojo.
Whoo, burn.
No.
Okay. Da-da-da. All right. So you are entering Black Iron Blades, correct, Sonny? While your buddies
Yes.
hang out in the market square observing. All right. So you walk in to this kind of dimly lit, not super well maintained blacksmith. You know, it's pretty dirty, a lot of soot around. Not necessarily clean. You can kind of see some of the wares over on this side of the shop. You know, you got your armor, your weapons, basic stuff like that. On the other side, with more of a counter, there seems to be, you know, just some survival gear, snowshoes, other type of equipment, you know, packs for going on about out in the winter to find your fortune.
Yeah.
Standing behind that counter is a very concerned looking dwarf with thick red hair and hazel eyes. She's kind of keeping her weight on her right leg and kind of leaning on the counter a bit, wearing plain clothing. It's easy to see some of the tools hanging off of her belt from her low counter. What she's concerned about is staring over at the supposed blacksmith. Heavy-set dwarf with curly blonde hair and brown eyes. He's wearing worn clothing with a leather apron with all kinds of burn holes in it. Again, all kinds of tools hanging off of his belt. And he is completely red in the face, talking to 3 other dwarves in the corner. There's these completely bundled up, frigid, shaking dwarves. And Garn is like, "What do you mean you lost it? Well, how did you... You're all almost... Hold on. Can I help you?" Turns to Sane.
Your business seems rather urgent, good blacksmith. Should I come back later?
Situation can't be helped anyways.
What situation? Probably not my place to ask. But what seems to be the matter?
I can't even believe it right now. Why don't you tell him yourself? And he just, like, puts his hands up, turns around, and just
Peeks head
walks.
out the door.
You
Really
just hear,
quick,
like, he's in earshot. It sounds like he's, like, blacksmithing, but you're pretty sure he's just hitting an anvil, like, destroying
yeah, he's just
a piece of
pissed. Yeah, he's just working off some of that frustration. Sonny will quickly pop out the door like, Sylphie, Valis, there might be something we can get into in here. No context.
Absurd.
It's like-
Pops back in.
yeah. He
Val
seems,
shrugs his shoulders.
seems
through the
pretty
door.
flustered. Something needing found? What was all that about? Looks
Um,
at the doors like,
So it's up to you guys if you come in or not.
Yeah, Valis goes in and
Mhm.
I follow up.
Okay.
Back.
So
like there's mischief about.
you guys come in again. You see the like perturbed female dwarf on her end of the shop, almost in shock, like not quite amused, but just like, oh my god, I cannot believe this. And there are
Okay.
3 frost-covered dwarves, kind of huddled up together. Like they're not. There's like no room between them. They're like almost one dwarf. They're so huddled up right now.
Big chalk.
Um,
All right.
and the one who speaks up has. I'll just try and do their voice without ruining my throat. Let's just say. Hello. Thanks for helping out. We're really cold. It's clear that maybe her throat's frozen, but she definitely has been smoking for decades or
Yeah.
centuries. It's like completely destroyed by smoking.
Come on in.
What are they stealing?
And it's pretty obvious when she like kind of brings her hands up to blow on them through like kind of
sweet little boy.
she's missing 2 fingers on her
Jesus
hand
Christ.
from recent frostbite.
Oh,
Like
fuck.
she just chopped them off.
Malice, can. I could use a bit of a flame if you have one. Just
What do you
little,
He's just kind of like
little palm
Is the
flame.
campfire?
you hear from the back. Be careful with that, my shop. About the fire. As you kind of illuminate the room with your flame.
Nothing more than. Nothing serious. No more than the spark. What happened?
Ringing metal.
We're survivors. A group of dwarves. We were delivering a sled of iron ingots to Bryn Shander, to Garn's shop here, actually. We got surprised by a Yeti. Killed a member of our group. The rest of us fled. A blizzard hit. We could kind of see and hear Obuk getting torn limb from limb. We did not turn back. We got through the blizzard and wound up closer to Bryn Shander. We needed to come back here, warm up, recoup. But the shipment's still out there.
And it was one Yeti who turned away the stern folk at 10 towns? All of you hardy folk?
Not all Yeti the same size, Pipsqueak. This one was like a mountain.
That gets a small laugh out of C. It turns into a cough.
What's hands on hips?
The other 2 dwarves, the one in the middle, he's just like staring in silence, like at nothing, just almost shell shocked.
It's just disassociated.
He's just totally staring just at nothing. You're pretty
yes.
sure, like, if you could see, there might be movies playing in his eyes or something. And he kind of like, while he's listening, does unwrap a bit to kind of let the flame that Valis is holding up melt the frost on his beard.
Yeah.
And you can see that he had just lost 3 fingers and his nose to frostbite during this whole thing. There's no nose.
Oh, holy shit.
The other
Okay.
one, the other dwarf, just kind of nervously shivering, standing there, trying to be close to the flame, and every once in a while just kind of looks up and over their shoulder nervously. They're pretty shook.
Do you know about how far from Bryn Shander that you left the shipment?
Yeah, it's not far. It's no more than a couple hours just towards Caroline's Cairn. If you go quickly, you'll probably find it at no trouble. It's big enough it'd stick out in that little blizzard. I can describe it well enough. Why do you know someone who could help?
We could.
Well, you did say I am small in stature, but that wouldn't stop me from being able to put a dagger in a Yeti's eye from 120 paces.
No.
I'm quite capable of you know. But,
I'll give you a
blizzard.
gemstone to see that happen. Oh,
That will
Oh,
be as
this
easily
fire.
on gemstone.
Sonny's gonna look at the rest of the party like, how are you two looking? Like, are you intrigued? Are you like, yeah, tough luck, that sucks. Fuck that.
I mean, Z looks like he always does. Very impassive eyes, but you would wager from his suggestion that we could hypothetically do it that
Yep,
I'd be interested.
What's Valus's vibe right now? Besides, like, oh, here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Valus probably has one hand on the on his staff, and then the other hand like holding out the flame. And he's just kind of grinning, and he looks back to Sane. If it allows me to show up some dwarves on a task they couldn't complete, why not? And he just gives a big ass grin to all three of them.
Easy there. A Yeti's nothing to be underestimating. If it scared this hardy lot off, we'd... So it's like, given due respect, you know, trying to give these dwarves some form of out. Clearly they've been through a lot.
Yep.
Oh yeah, he's just giving them a shit-eating grin, just egging
Yeah.
them on a little bit.
Of course you are. Fucker.
So, yeah, with all that kind of interaction, the center dwarf still just not really there mentally. The other nervous one is like, just kind of like glaring, like, what the fuck at Valus, primarily.
Yes.
And the raspy one is like, you can tell they're swallowing their pride as you're speaking right now.
You know, better than
If you can actually manage to get that shipment back, I'll give you each a gemstone. I got a few on me from my times in the mines. And I'll tell you what, if you bring back the head of that Yeti, I'll give you the whole bag.
And how will we know it's the Yeti?
Probably lingering by the iron cart. If you
Got
can
it.
find the thing.
Couple hours towards Kelvin's cairn, you said. Yes?
Yeah,
Were you
with
traveling at no...
snowshoes, which you have.
Happy. It's just jingle snowshoes. Well, none of you look like you're in the state to be going anywhere until we get you warmed up. What,
We can't go back out. Not yet. We just got back into the North Gate.
what do you say? Looks at the rest of the party. Is the blacksmith's probably not in any mood to be bartering right now.
He just
We could
comes
get that
right
warm-
out.
Yeah.
He just comes stomping right out. Like, crosses his arms at you. Like, there's some, like, soot comes off of him as he comes over to you.
You think you know my mood, little one? Of course I'm in the mood for partying. This is my shop. I'll tell you what. You do manage to get that shipment in one piece. I might even be willing to give you a discount. Might.
Sai tries that little twinkle in the back of his eyes.
Is there something you need here? You gonna go help these folk out? Get my shipment back?
Nothing else, we'd be helping you out. It would be hard pressed to turn down the offer of a possible discount. And being in your good favor. Always a need for a sharp blade.
Well, we've got nothing but the finest here.
and he like just pulls a knife out of nowhere and is going to gleam it at you guys with he's like showing up. Oh, come on. Like, oh, on the wrong thing. 1 second here. Have a handout.
I don't doubt you one bit. Dwarven craftsmanship. I hear there's nothing quite like it.
And you can clearly see his like he's like glinting in Valus's firelight, his cool little emblem. It's a G with like a hammer in the middle of it that he hammered into each piece.
That's actually really cool.
Would Valus have seen that imprint before?
No. This is brand new. You guys have never seen this.
Never seen this man before in my life.
Yep.
You can call me Garn. People around here call me Garn the Hammer. I supply most of the blades and armors and goods to the adventurers and gold seekers and fortune hopers that come through Bryn Shander.
All the more reason to be getting you that iron. It would not only be good for your business, but for the better community, no doubt.
Indeed. Lest the Battlehamel dwarves owe me a great debt for losing such an important caravan, or important sled.
Well, before they fall over due to frostbite, I think we should get them in front of a hearth. Something warm. Maybe get something warm inside of their bellies, too. Can tell us a bit more about where this is, how we might go about getting it back for you.
I already told them as such. They're about to be going. What was that?
Like looks over at Valus.
What?
My flame can only do so much.
We were heading towards the tavern anyways. Surely they have a hearth.
That flame can do a lot more than you suspect there. Be careful with that in my shop.
We were just on our way out, were we not? Looks at Valus, looks at Zilphi, probably looks at the dwarves too. Gestures to the door.
Were you coming in here to at least buy anything before you leave? Or did you just hear these folks whimpering and come in to put your nose in our business? Not that I'm not grateful, but I'll be a lot more grateful to see you guys back with that iron.
Well, that dagger caught my eye. I have a few nice pieces myself, and a few that could use some touching up.
Could certainly do that. We got plenty of knives and daggers. Anything in particular you're looking for, or just something that can kill?
Something that easy to throw, well balanced, maybe bit on the smaller side, can be concealed.
You don't be wanting this one then. This is a stabbing knife, not for throwing.
And he goes
This is
in the
me
back.
stabbing knife. I was thinking about using it this very day.
He goes in the back quickly and just comes out with like some leather and puts it on the other dwarf's counter, and she's just like, whoa, Jesus. Puts it on her counter, kind of unbundles it, and you can see like 8 different knives. None of them actually have handles. They just have their tangs.
Nice. Yeah.
These might be better for throwing. Haven't had the time to put handles on them myself. Not my best work ever, but you don't need the best work if you're throwing knives. Who knows if you're ever going to find it.
Sonny winces at that. Too true, my friend. Too true.
And
How
yeah,
much?
you see just
For each of these.
you see an assortment of they're essentially like bushcraft style knives of different shapes.
Oh yeah, you can, it's sharp, you can throw them, it'll stick.
How many are you looking to buy? You got gold, don't you?
Got a few pieces of gold. How much do these run? For each one?
Oh, I charge different for bundles. There may be 3 gold for a basic one here. If you're buying one at a time.
Oh, goodness. 3 gold. They are fine blades, but to throw 3 gold.
He just looks at you like, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
I didn't tell you to be throwing them. I usually sell the stabbing knives. I got this nice one here I've been working on.
He like just pulls another big ass knife from his back.
See this loop here? Makes so you can stab and take it out back and forth real quick.
Well,
I got also some slitting knives. He like pulls out another like talon knife, another shoddy one. Like you can see the imperfections in the metal, like little divots in the iron and stuff. Yeah, this one you slit people's throats, cut their arms and stuff. Again, not really for throwing, but these you could throw these just fine. Don't recommend it.
you certainly could. And would there happen to be some sort of cost reduction? They don't have handles yet, and
Well, I
It'll
think
do.
that might be something we can discuss after we've retrieved his iron.
True. And he like bundles up the knives. I'd be willing to
more-
sell you this set of 8 for a discount.
you've more than my interest, good dwarf.
And if you do
Garn.
come back
Garn the
with
hammer?
that. Oh yes, Garn the hammer. He kind of puffs his chest a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I can see you take pride in your work. Quality, truly. And it'd be a shame to be losing that shipment. We should be getting these dwarves somewhere where they can tell us their tale. And hopefully we can be helping. Me and my
Just-
companions here are quite a capable sort. There was a reason we were quite eagerly enlisted to help the caravan get to here, and I can assure you, that caravan made it here in no short part thanks to our efforts. Like,
Roll a deception
oh yes,
check.
he's not technically
Please.
he's not technically
There was-
lying though.
Don't worry, I adjust DCs
Yeah, I
based on
gotcha.
how full of shit Sane is.
He's toting that line.
What did you roll, Sane?
A 20,
Dirty 20.
dirty 20, just like a dirty fib.
You guys die.
Yeah.
You got an
You
18
know what?
on the die. He just gives you that look like, uh-huh.
Probably gives me that look of like, we'll see if you get that thing of iron.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't
I'll
think you're
believe it
totally
when I
full of
see it.
shit. Yeah, exactly. Like, maybe. Maybe.
You know, that's all Sane was wanting.
Um, and, yeah. All right, well, if you're not buying anything and you're all set to go, go.
Yep, gives a big old nod. All right, to Northlook, my friends.
Indeed.
Before he walks out, Valis just kind of like does a once over with the flame with the 3 dwarves, and like gives each of them like a squeeze on the shoulder, and on the last one that
The nervous
that had like had swallowed their pride,
one. Oh, the one who
he just
talked.
kind of like
Yeah.
just kind of like leans in and whispers, I was only poking fun. I'm sorry.
Aw.
Oh, that's good to hear.
And she's just like dying.
Yeah.
While you are moving your fire around, like Garn definitely like dropped his weight a couple times, like ready to tackle you in case you were to light his shop on fire. But it was fine.
Yep.
Yeah, he was.
That's reasonable. You know what? That's fair.
Yep.
All right.
But you had said that there was survival gear here.
Yeah, when you came in, you could see like there was literal kits on the walls. There was cold weather clothing. You know, some snowshoes.
Assume the weather. It's cold.
Various
Things cold out
things.
here.
You saw some like scrimshaw, eye protection, some other stuff that's like keep your eye, like literal little pouches that are labeled like save your eyes, things like that.
He'll
So you're
He'll
eyeballing
point
that,
yeah.
and the other dwarf who'd been kind of just like whoa the entire time, she kind of she perks up a little bit. Me name's Elsa. Were you looking at some of me wares? Do you need some adventuring gear to go out north and go get that sled for old Gordon?
Yes. How much for the goggles there?
Oh, you must be needing them, huh? Because of those eyes. Okay, come here. I want to see those eyes. I haven't seen a drow's eyes up close before.
And he's like,
No, I'm not gonna
"Okay."
bite you. Can't even with me limp, anyways. And you can tell she has a very different dialect than Gorn. Obviously from a different region. And
Yeah.
wow, those are some pretty eyes. Wow. Okay. Well, I got two things for you if you're trying to protect them. I do have some stuff you can put under your eyes. It's one of our popular sellers for anyone going out onto the snow. And yes, we do have some Scrimshaw goggles. They are made out of real Scrimshaw from the lakes around here. Is there any particular goggles you like? There's just some on there. Some are like really fancy, and some are pretty basic.
He probably looks at probably ones that's like kind of like in to like towards the middle, like more
Like it's not gonna
basic,
break.
but yeah, it's not gonna break,
Mm-hmm.
but
You can
it's
afford it.
not like intrinsically designed to where it's gonna break his fucking pocket.
There you go.
So, seeing you like this one here. Now, I could put this in a bundle with you with some of the eye protecting powder, but I mean, since you're a first time customer, and I'm hoping you guys would make it back through.
He likes your eyes.
This isn't one of the more. This one's not magical. Just want to be upfront. It's just basic Scrimshaw carving. It's made from a real thin leftover piece. That's how I try and make them here to give it my discount to me. Goes on to my customers. I could sell this to you for 5 silver by itself. Or if you wanted to get a bag of this powder, which is enough to share with your friends, it'd just be 1 gold.
What's the powder do?
It protects your eyes. You put it below your eyes when you go out and keeps your eyes safe. Used to sell a lot more years back, but you never know when the sun's going to come up again.
I'll get the bundle. And
Okay.
he pulls out 10 silver.
Thank you much. And swipe, and she hands you the goggles and hands you the. It's a little it's a tiny deerskin bag with a leather drawstring. Again, don't get it in your eyes. Just right underneath it. Get as close as you can. Don't get it in your eyes. It won't feel good.
Thank you.
This was supposed to help.
Why?
Wow, just sold you like lemon juice or pepper extract or something like.
Mm-hmm.
And
Blind.
you now have a very thin, basic, but it seems like you can put a little bit of strain on it. It's kind of Scrimshaw goggles, a little smaller than my glasses here. Again, she had some very, very pretty, ornate, super fancy ones, but out of budget, most likely.
Might come back and get a different pair.
Oh yeah, shoot. Zilphanus, you have a really high passive. I always forget. I don't always forget. I sometimes forget. You think? Okay, I'm just gonna have you roll for it. You pretty sure you saw like some interesting stuff over her shoulder in the back, like as you were leaving. Roll me either perception or investigation to kind of pick up some details on it. I know for a fact that like natural 1.
Oh.
I'm trying to think what I want to do about this.
Can I?
I have an idea, but what's your idea?
I'm trying so hard to like see what it is that I saw that I just like walk straight into the wall.
That's awesome. So like you just I'll say like you like get your hip on the counter basically as you're like they're talking like, "Wow, what is that?" And you saw it could have been a really fancy Scrimshaw comb. It could have been like it might have even been like magically glinting back there, sticking out of some box, and you just into the counter. You're right there.
Yes, I'm fine, thank you. I just something caught my eye. I wasn't paying attention. I apologize. I just
She's-
seem really, really embarrassed.
Is that something in your eye?
Oh
you-
no,
I mean, I could get some holy water, flush that out for you.
no.
Bless. Bless your heart. Holy water eye drops.
Maybe give this one some of that cream under their eyes when you go on the walk.
Thank you again. as he just kind of like holds up the goggles and just looking at them.
Cool. And the group of 3 huddled, almost amalgous dwarves are just kind of standing, like, not wanting to go outside, but knowing that eventually it will probably lead to a hearth, and trying to not be looked at by Garn. And it sounds like you all are heading up to the Northlook.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah,
Taking the
you.
dwarves with us?
Oh, sorry. What was that?
Are we taking the dwarves with us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless someone's opposed, I just
Just
leave,
worth
just
the
run.
I'm just double
Screw
checking.
you
I'm like,
guys.
wait.
See you, nerds.
Bye, fucker.
Charity
Ah.
cases.
Figured we could get him set up by a hearth. Maybe get some drinks flowing. See if we can learn a little bit more about what exactly happened. If this is something we're wanting to pursue. Maybe hire on a cleric and a paladin to come help us out. It's pretty dangerous out there.
Or maybe a cleric and another arcane spellcaster.
Who
Who
knows?
knows? Who
Who knows?
knows?
Who knows what the
who we
future
will
holds?
hire?
One of them's probably goth. That's all we've figured out at this point. But
Oh no.
so yeah, you guys, as you exit Garn's shop, and it's very apparent that that little bit of twilight that was kind of illuminating the streets has suddenly shifted to moonlight and starlight breaking through frosty clouds. That short window of quote-unquote day has ended. So you can assume it's probably after about 2 p.m. The streets are still somewhat bustling with those completely bundled up in their cold weather clothing. Some folk, you could barely see the shine of eyes through various lantern light as they're walking by buildings underneath all their bundles. The breeze kind of making the snow dance throughout the streets. Some guards every once in a while patrolling, looking about. And on the way up to the Northlook, it is a little bit of a trek, and the dwarf who has been doing all the talking is going to pipe up, though they're kind of slow right now with their walk.
Me name's Erna. This is Corax and Storn. Can we get ye names?
Of course. My name is Sane. And, well, my companions can speak for themselves.
I'm Zophanis.
Valis.
I can't thank you enough for helping us out. I was pretty sure Gorn was gonna stab me.
He does have a lot of knives for just that.
I mean, that's all he really does is make knives, right? Oh, man. If it's any motivation, I could give you a peek at the bag of gemstones. Have it on me person now.
That can wait until we get to the North Look.
I'm not gonna be opening me bag of gems in there.
We can pause for a brief moment.
It's still freezing out here, and I don't know if you've noticed, but these folk have lost limbs from it.
Oh, that's a good point. Let's get to that hearth. Is there anything you want to know? Like I said, if you head straight towards Kevin's Cairn, which you can see clearly, you should be able to make it there in no time.
Is there anything we need to know other than the Yeti?
That's all we saw. You know, watch out for blizzards. There's no tall slopes between here and there, so you don't have to worry about any avalanches or anything like that. Keep your eyes out for, goblins and things like that, of course. There's all kinds of nasty critters running about every so often. Most of them you can just fend off. It's those Yetis, though. Oh. I mean, I suspect you're all new to Ten Towns, then. You're
Yeah.
asking questions like this.
Quite new.
I guess the other thing, just be careful. There's all kinds of creatures hiding out in the snow.
Indeed, about what time of day is it? Or, well,
After 2 p.m.
Slightly after 2 p.m. It's like 2:30 right now. I'm in the afternoon. It's
It is
always
dark.
dark.
we could go get them and be back in time for this evening.
How big was the shipment, and what can we expect to find there? Were you pulling the carts yourselves?
It was us and another dwarf, just the four of us. The cart's not too heavy. The three of you could probably get it moving. It's a sled, not a cart. Sorry, I keep saying cart. It's a sled, iron strapped to it, and a little bit of other supplies just to make the journey. We weren't that too far from Bryn Shander, apparently.
Couple hours. No?
Yeah. Couple
Okay.
hours.
Well. So I mulls it over.
He said you had somewhere you needed to be tonight.
Looking at Zelphanus.
Yes, I do have a bit of a standing agreement with meeting up with someone tonight. Yes.
She's looking like really desperate.
Is there any way I could convince you guys to go and do this almost now? I don't want something else out there finding it, you know?
Understandable.
You said taking a peek at the gems.
Yeah.
And she like starts sticking her hand, missing a couple fingers, into her clothing, and comes out with a decent sized little pouch and digs in and pulls out one of the gems, holds it up. Any of you guys know much about, like, I don't think any of you guys are jewelers or anything, right?
He's not a jeweler per se, but he'd have a fancy.
Oh. I have proficiency in jeweler's tools.
Ooh, so yes.
Ooh.
You
Oh,
would,
okay.
You, in fact, know about jewels and gold and things like this. So Valis, also being the one who's like, let me see that.
Yeah.
Go ahead and
Yeah.
go ahead and roll me some type of roll with your jeweler's kit, probably intelligence based.
Okay. I apparently did not set it.
So it should just query when you click it, and it'll ask you to do which.
Okay. Attribute intelligence.
Yep. Oh, I have this on the wrong thing. There we go. Whoopsie. Ooh, 17. Yeah.
17.
This particular one she pulled out easily worth 10 gold, like retail. And it looks like there was probably several more in that bag at least. So effectively she's offering you each at least 10 gold in gems to get this Theron back.
You said the entire bag. If we come back with the head of the Yeti.
If you avenge.
She's just like,
The other dwarf in our party.
Or Obuk.
Ubak. It's Ubak. Sorry. I was reading it backwards. I'm looking at it like,
Ubak. If you avenge poor Ubak, I'd let go of this entire bag. At least
I
double the
think
payment.
Kind of like Valis just kind of looks over to Sane and Zophanis and just like gives them an eye, like, yeah. Like you get a really odd grin from Valis.
like nice.
Yeah.
Like a very excited grin.
Just
A
to
lot
be
of trouble could come a couple hours from town. I mean, as
She
you've
just the king of getting into it, though? The one who pulled us into this in the first place.
True enough. We were already heading over to the North Look, though, and there's no harm in listening to their story.
We already have. What more is there to listen to?
I'm just thinking. If the Yeti could route 4 of these dwarves here.
It
When,
surprised us right as a blizzard hit. Sneaky things.
blizzard. Do you think it's still going?
No, it cleared up before we got here. When it came out, we found ourselves much closer to Bryn Shander. It was a long one.
Dare I say it, I wish we still had Tom's company. I'd feel a lot more confident approaching this with a couple more allies at our back. Perhaps we might see what we can see? Find another to join us? How busy do you think Helg might be?
Depends. I don't know. Don't we ask him?
Any other things you want to ask them before you get to the Lenorth Look?
Really? It's pretty straightforward what they want.
Indeed. So, you guys all get to the North Look. It's, again, pretty early in the day, though there are already some patrons in there. Maybe they're always in there, who knows. It's one of the kind of nicer buildings as you were kind of leaving the middle of the market square, getting towards the North Gate. You can see it's well kept. Obviously, money's flowing in and out of this place. You know, nothing's like broken or super dirty or anything besides the kind of smell of wafting alcohol coming out from the door. The 3 dwarves kind of look eagerly to get inside. Anything you guys do before you go in? Alrighty. So you enter the tavern, and pretty immediately apparent is the barkeep. Let me pull him up here. 1 second. There we go. So yeah, there's a well-built human with medium-length silver hair and a tight knot. He's got pale, jagged scar cutting across his right eye, as well as a small scar on his left side of his top lip. He's got left eye is brown, right one is as white as a blizzard, and his nose has definitely been broken and healed, likely several times. There's noticeable scars on his forearms as well that seem to have faded over time. And he's standing there giving you guys that look like, who the fuck are you coming into this bar? I haven't seen you before. And he's polishing out one of his wooden tankards. So, you guys are getting the stare down from this barkeep right now. How do you react?
I stare back.
Stare back. Okay. Little waves from Valis and Sane, it looks like. Okay.
Yeah. They've got gemstones. They could probably pay for it. Good barkeep. Our new friends here could use, well, something warm for the outside and something warm for the inside.
So not taking his eye off of Zilphanis, he kind of points over to the hearth. Doesn't say a word yet. Just mean mugging. Just
Who the fuck's a use?
Zilphanis, when you want to, roll me an intimidation for the summation of this staring contest.
Mean mug him.
Do it.
I'm not good at it, is the part
fine.
of
I
the thing.
believe in you.
It's fine.
15!
Pretty darn good.
For me, yeah.
The face.
Oh, it's the mask. I'm wearing that shit, man.
And so you're giving him this stare down, and then he just kind of chokes up and starts laughing. Oh, I'm just giving you shit. Welcome to Northlook. You all must be new in town.
Came in on the caravan.
Couldn't help but have some fun with you. Welcome. Find a table. Are those your friends? They look rough.
Yeti. And, can assure you they're probably rougher than they look. They're just over at the hearth.
Yeah. They're just, like, slowly taking their bundles off a little bit to let the heat through into their cold weather clothing. Breaking icicles off, things like that.
They ran into some trouble, and we're hearing to their plight.
So you're sellswords then?
When the coin is right.
I mean, of
And
course.
If the job fits.
All of course. So how can I help you three? I know what they're going to be having, something to warm them up.
So I'll turn and look at both of you. Like, gonna order drinks?
Just kind of shake my head.
I was gonna get food.
We could use a round of meals for all three of us. We're waiting on somebody. Hopefully they'll be here a little bit later this evening, and well, I imagine the drinks will flow then. There's a bit of a contest between my friend here, and the other recipient happens to be a dwarf. I have to take my imagination far to imagine what kind of challenge they're gonna get up to.
Got it. So planning a drinking competition later this evening. Someone I might know?
Not to my knowledge.
Zilphanis, what did you say? Or you were saying something?
I said possibly, and then I was about to say his name is Helg.
Before you say Helg, you probably get a small elbow from Sane. It would be subtle. Basically behind you, just like...
I
Awesome.
kind of stop and he's a friend.
A mysterious friend for a dwarven competition later this evening in my bar.
Yes.
How mysterious. Anyways.
Well, we heard you had finer drinks than the other rough and tumble place. And if I wanted to participate in this, I'd rather be waking up in the morning. Or at least see one bottle through.
Speaking of that, you wouldn't happen to have rooms for the evening, would you?
Of course I do. Always got rooms for adventurers and new folk in town. And especially with the fewer visitors we have these days, I have more rooms available. Do you all have coin?
Yes.
Good. Sometimes we do get folk coming through who don't have coin. I sometimes give them a break, let them stay here on credit. But it's good to hear that you'll be paying up front.
So then, what is your price?
For the night, how many rooms will you all be having altogether? Separate rooms?
Just the one should suffice. And a round of meals for us three. At least us three. Surely the dwarves can take care of themselves, hardy working folk that they are.
Valis kind of like leans over. The more they spend, the less we get as a reward.
Don't worry, they're dwarves. I hear they're tighter to their coin purse than even me.
Valis actually lets out like a loud laugh.
Ha! No.
And do you folk need anything particular with your rooms? Will basic rooms do? Do you want some more modest accommodations? Or do you want something more comfortable? Coming in from the caravan, a nice comfy bed must be a tempting offer. And he gives you this, like, grin.
I think I could be more persuaded if perhaps there was a bath.
A bath. We could do that. Fill up a hot barrel, bring it up to one of the nicer rooms. There's a couple that have such accommodations.
I can see the wheels turning in my head. Thinking about
This
it.
guy's used to having folks come through. He's like, oh yeah, I got it. I got the hookup."
Sane's like giving you this plaintive look, like, give me that. Give me that.
How much for one of those rooms, then?
How many nights and how long do you need it?
Let's say the one for now.
One evening. Once you get the key, I would be getting that back for me the same time the next day. With filling up the tub. Of course, as time allows, if it gets too rowdy, the bathwater might get a bit cool unless I could convince someone to help out. I'd say I could get that going for 3 gold for you.
I'll look at both of you.
It does have a rather large bed in that room, the one I'm considering.
A gold piece per each of us.
Essentially. So,
But I take up so much less space than you two.
yes. It's still
Alice
easier to
pulls
split
out
the price
one singular
freely.
gold coin and gives it to Zilphanus.
My last one.
Sane will pull out 10 silver. Get 10 silver.
And kind of lean over. You know, if we did do those dwarves are asking for, we would have a little bit more to use.
Not saying the money wouldn't be good. Those knives are tempting. But it is the open tundra, and well, you saw
Yes.
what happened when one of those yetis got close to Tom. Nearly
Yeah.
took his head from his shoulders. And, hiding in a fresh coat of snow doesn't bode well. I'd be a lot more comfortable if we could maybe find a couple people to, spearhead the expedition of sorts. You know, eager and willing companions to help fight with our noble cause a good distance in front of me and you, and Varric dear over here.
I can do close quarters combat if it is required.
If it's required. Wouldn't.
However, I would tend to agree with our friends that the longer it is out there, the more we risk losing it.
That's no skin off of our teeth. Surely those dwarves aren't going to try and take this task on again tonight. None of them are in any shape to be going anywhere. And, they might persuade.
I'll slide the money across to the guy.
He slowly, like, dramatically scoops it up, like almost 1 coin at a time, bloop, and drops it into some pouch under his apron.
Nice.
I'll be getting the key for you shortly. I assume that you all want to eat first? Get something in your bellies?
Yes, please.
Indeed.
I have a quick question. Sane, are you, like, whispering this? Are you guys being very quiet at the counter right now? Or just kind of openly talking about, I don't know if I want to run out there right now or not?
I would have been more quietly talking.
I'd say hushed tones, but if somebody's like really close and eavesdropping, they could probably pick up on it. They're like quite intent.
Okay. You two, I want you to roll me stealth for this one.
Yeah, that's
boy.
You
fair.
do have an active listener.
No, that's fair. 14.
15.
Okay, Zilphi. Okay.
Sounds about right. Z's
What
like,
are you? I'm you, but quieter.
Zilphanus, like, easing the conversation quieter and quieter as you guys are talking.
Pretty good.
Valis, it sounds like your companions are kind of on opposite ends of what to do next. Do you pipe up with any ideas at this point? Another thing, we could take a break and you guys chat player to player for a moment and then decide what you want to do in character. I'm fine either way.
I
do
like
that.
that idea because it's a two-way intersection for me right now. It's like this would be such a cool quest to get some of the new folks in on.
Don't worry
Like,
about
this would
that.
be it primo.
I'd say don't worry about that. As a GM to player, it's
I
more
do.
of GM to player. Don't worry about that. I have other plans.
Okay.
Figured with your signposting.
Oh yeah.
One
Oh
dwarf,
yeah. I could
and he was
easily
like, "Can we
tell.
do that
Hey,
now?" And I was
take
like,
this
okay.
on before they get here.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, we should be doing this now then.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's not. You
And
don't have to
also-
take the quest. It is completely optional. Everything in the world is optional. But
course.
I would not put something in front of you seemingly urgent,
I get you.
planned for you to get the other two folks in on this quest who are probably joining next week. That is
All
not
right.
the
Nice
design.
idea.
So, taking it
Oh,
from
we've got-
Sane's perspective, not thinking about incoming new players, imagining you guys just lost Tom. Would Sane already be looking for new meat? Who knows? Think about it like that. But let's
He'd
take
probably be looking for a way to get those gems, but
yeah. So don't worry about that. It's not. It's okay. If anything,
I say we go for it.
okay.
That's my
Yes,
vote as a
same.
player.
Thank you. Yeah. Don't.
What do you think, Joe?
Oh yeah. Go for it. Oh yeah.
That's exciting.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's probably good because I'll let you know right now. They heard you, and if you continued with it, now we're not going to do it, they would have left.
That's fair.
But let's take a break, and we will come back to you guys finaling your. I mean, you can change your decision if you want to. That's totally fine. Let's take a quick break. I need some tea, and we will resume shortly.
That's good.
Heck yeah.
See if this break overlay works. Yay. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, when Allie was like, I have 2 more people with us, I was like, I don't think we're supposed to be waiting for them.
Yeah. As soon as Gats was like, "Please take this on quickly," I'm like, "Okay, we're meant to take this on by ourselves."
Because it feels to me like it would have been like a waste of like half a session to give us a quest that we're supposed to be waiting on more people to do. That just feels like a waste. What else are we
Oh, yeah.
gonna do? I get it. Don't get me wrong. It's like it's counterintuitive.
You weren't there for my utter disappointment last night.
Oh,
So my parents, they have little packets of Lorna Doone like shortbread cookies, right?
Mm.
And so like I was looking for something to like munch on, and I grabbed those, and I took a bite out of it and started eating it, and I almost cried because I love these fucking cookies, and I could not taste them.
oh no, that is so sad.
Mm-hmm. Alu's the only one there. I'm like, son of a bitch.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome back.
Yeah. Ow.
Big reason I want to do this Yeti thing is so we can get more money.
That is
That's
why the
literally
gems
it.
be dangled. It's a good
Yes.
Mhm.
good way to motivate a party. There's literal treasure right here.
Mm-hmm.
Could be
You said 10
yours.
gold a gem, and I was like,
Yep. To be clear, just in case there are any misconceptions, they're offering, if you bring this sled back, 30 gold worth of gems. If you bring the sleigh and a Yeti head back that they think is the Yeti, that could be 60 gold worth of gems.
Easy money. Probably
Yes.
not, but
So
Depending on
I
how
was
much they spend.
originally- I was originally thinking of the gems as being like, like spellcasting components. I completely forgot that Valis has the
You have a focus.
affinity for jewelers
Yeah.
kits and all that.
You're into precious metals and gems and jewelry and things, just like Jen. And
Yes.
hardy.
I feel like Valis and Jen would probably get along.
oh hell yeah, they would be buds for sure.
Hmm.
Both
give it
came
a go.
from shit. I'm trying to get
Yeah, I'll
some
just
of
pour
this.
it over Valis into Rodinia. It'll be fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be funny. I'd be down for that.
I mean,
That lady's voice hurts.
yes.
Believe it.
Hell yeah. Okay,
It looked like it hurt.
that's one of the few NPCs I didn't design right out of the book. Chain smoking old dwarf woman. Great. Sounds like a chain smoker. Okay. I probably should ask everybody ready? Be
Ready.
good. All right, all freshed. So yeah, you guys are in the Northlook, talking to Big Boy. Oh, that was the map. Big Boy Tavern Keeper here, with his thick old arms. You guys were just paying for one of the probably the nicest rooms in the entire inn for the evening, and we're going to decide on ordering some food from La Tavern, if I am not wrong. In addition to that, you were deciding, are we really gonna go do this?
Yeah. Well, if we're doing it, I at least want a meal in my stomach.
enough. I cannot deny that.
I'd like to see you try.
anything from Valis while he eats his drumstick.
Varric, dear. Are you in?
Yes, I definitely think we should do it. This is very, very good opportunity for us.
Quick meal and then we set out.
Let's do it.
Well, what would you all like to eat? I have some things already ready, or I could cook something else exquisite up for your party if you're already paying for fancy rooms.
We'll take what you have ready. Doesn't need to be fancy. Feeling we're gonna be out on the road soon.
Any stews?
Of course, we have stew. Give you some stew, maybe some bread, salted fish. Sound good?
I think that sounds delicious.
Let's see.
Ugh.
Since you're already getting the room, give you a discount on the food. It's no big deal.
Thank
I
you.
think I have a good way of putting this together. Do bread bowl stews for each of you, and some salted meats, 2 silver apiece.
Ooh.
And for drinks, what would you like?
Water for me, please.
Looks like
Do you have any lighter stouts? I need to be walking straight, but something nice. Warm you up on the inside for the road.
Sure, we have some dwarven ales, some nicer ones that. He's giving you this look like, how much can you drink? What are you getting at here?
I'm
roll an
going.
insight.
Yeah, give me a give me a stout. Something not too bitter.
Sweet,
Something that won't put me on my
hearty,
ass.
burnt. Got it. I've got a couple darker ales I could give you for 5 silver.
Lucky number 7 then. Sonny will put some coins on the counter.
Okay. And you? Would you like a dark ale like your friend?
No, thank you. I'll just take water. Maybe when we come back, I'll drink some ale.
Got it. And I assume you all pay for your goods?
Yes.
Cool. Keep track of them coins, and
Already done tricked.
he takes them off the counter, and do you guys go take a seat near the other dwarves who are huddling around
Yep.
a hearth, or do you wait at the counter for your goodies?
Nah, I'm going to the doors.
Okay. So you guys go over there. They're all huddled up. One of them still completely disassociating. The other still nervously looking around. And Herna.
So, you guys are gonna do it then?
That we are.
Aye.
And this Yeti. Did you at least score any hits on it?
No.
You said it was large. Did it have anything else that set it out to you, made it distinct? Or not to look for?
Probably just the fact that it's covered in dwarven blood.
Alright, yes, fair enough.
Though they can clean up pretty fast. No, I mean, nasty bugger, at least 8 feet tall, maybe bigger. Horns on the head. Nasty big canine fangs. Claws. That deathly cold stare.
Shivers. Great.
Sit with my back to the corner, kind of keeping an eye on everything.
I'm gonna have you roll perception in a moment. But
Well, once we warm up, get a little rest, we might try and come out there and join you. But it's a big relief on me heart to have someone going out there to get the shipment before someone else finds it. There's a lot of opportunists out here.
Sure.
Again, it should be pretty clear. Not too many abandoned sleighs near dead dwarves out on the tundra a couple hours towards Kelvin's Cairn. But you should see on the ingots the stamp, a foaming mug, just to know where the ingots came from.
Much.
Foaming mug. A dwarven settlement or another smith?
The Battlehammer Mines, where we're from.
I see.
just they do not look well.
No.
And
You all should probably stay behind. You shouldn't come and try and help us.
See how we're feeling. We're hardy folk.
she's definitely fronting.
Yeah.
Valis gives the doubt look.
/ doubt emote. Got
There
it.
can't be any doubts about that. Especially after you and, well, Dorcas and Dorn, I do believe were their names, made it back. And mostly in one piece. Most folks probably would have perished out in a blizzard like that.
We
Especially
huddled
after it
together and got through it. Weren't able to find cover, but at least we got away from that thing.
Rest assured we'll see this through.
Dude.
While you guys are talking, the barkeep comes by, hands each of you a bread bowl filled with a nice hearty stew, and with a side of some salted trout. And Sane, you get a big wooden mug full of some very dark ale.
Salted trout immediately going into this bread bowl. Trout and bread bowl and yep. Stout.
Take a quick look around to see if anybody's paying
Standing.
attention to me and
Yeah.
just quietly take it off and
Go
start
ahead.
eating.
Go ahead and roll yourself a percepi check real quick for that. Holy shit.
21.
Okay.
Holy shit. All right, let me do a couple rollsies here. Oh,
I've got to redeem myself after that nat one.
somebody rolled a nat 20, which is pretty sweet, but somebody didn't. So, kind of standing like you thought they were maybe like part of the room for some reason, just the way that they were not moving and like everything. But there's a very large, tall, maybe kind of thinly framed person in the back. They're still very bundled up, but they're not wearing the same type of cold weather clothing as most of the folk you see around here. They're wearing like skin of yeti, and you're pretty sure you saw like maybe some remora, like some kind of weird
Whoa.
Chintan, white Chintan armor gleaming underneath their white yeti garb. And they have a huge satchel that they're kind of hiding underneath their table in the corner. The way the room's set up, it's almost like maybe this is like their corner. It's pretty clear. And
Oh my god.
he makes like, yeah, there's that look like, I see you, you see me, we see each other. Gives you the little like, And if you stay there for a bit, he'll give you this kind of like, he'll tilt his head a little bit his way, like you could come talk if you want.
I decide whether or not I want to.
And
won't.
with a little bit of pause, he gives you the like shrug, like, don't worry about it. it's all these nonverbals. You just give you the shrug, like I'll be here,
Just give him a slight nod and
my corner.
continue eating, but I'll just keep an eye on him. See if he leaves or does anything.
Okay.
Could looking at him, I guess, and from what I notice, what does that tell me? What can I glean from that?
So what types of things are you trying to discern? I guess that's my question. That'll determine the type of role. So you picked up on kind of what I described, right? Visually. Are you looking for like his intentions? Are you looking for like, putting together clues about what he has around him, what he might be doing here? Like
Or what he
his
might
hostility?
be doing here? Is he like a Yeti hunter? Is he just an adventurer? Is he
Okay,
from
that's going to be an
maybe one of the other
investigation.
towns?
Definitely put the pieces together. Investigation.
Resties. 9.
Kind of. I'll say it's not clearly discernible. Like the clues I mentioned before, it seems like the way this table's set up here, and even like the space under the table in the corner, and how like there's nothing in headroom for his very tall stature. Like if this guy stood up, he might be like 8 feet tall. Very, very tall. This is the big boy or girl. It's kind of hard to tell actually, but
Biggie.
they most likely spend quite a bit of time in this spot. Though based on the gear that they have on them, they at least killed some badass shit or paid for things from people who killed badass shit. And that big ass bag has got to have stuff in it. So maybe they're selling, maybe they're buying, maybe they're trading. Who knows what they're doing?
Just keep an eye on him.
Yeah. You see a couple folk, like, just give them little nods when they come by. And he gives polite little nods to them for the folks who notice him. Most of the folk who come in and, like, grab a drink, they don't really pay him any mind. Like, again, like a stuffed bear in the corner kind of thing. Like, no one's fixating on it. He's just part of the atmosphere for sure. Anything else you guys want to do while you're scarfing your foods?
Nada. At least not for Sane.
One question for Sane. How often does Sane typically drink?
Oh, he's like 40% ale. Like, or stout.
He tries to drink often, kind of thing.
Yeah, he drinks
Okay.
pretty often. Nothing like crazy, but he typically washes food down with some sort of ale or stout or
Yeah.
something of that sort.
With the stout, trying to think. How do I want you to do this? Just to kind of determine the potency of this stout, roll me a medicine check.
Sure. That is going to be 16.
Yeah, so this is a pretty potent stout. It's definitely made for dwarves.
That's like, woo!
You asked for not bitter, but it is bitter. It's a stout. All stouts are bitter to some extent, though this one
Yeah.
is sweet, almost chocolatey. It's not chocolate, but it almost tastes chocolatey. But you could assume if you drank this entire mug, like if you downed it before you left, you'd be buzzed for sure. So up to you if you want to drink the whole thing or what you want to do with the rest.
Nah, he wouldn't finish it off. He would, he'd get to a nice spot kind of before buzzed, like has some with
A
his
third of it.
meal.
Yeah.
Yeah, a third of it, and then he'd probably pass the rest of the dwarves.
Who eagerly take it and drink it.
Yeah, you see? There you go.
Alrighty. So, most of the frost has melted off of their faces and their fronts at this point. Yay. They downed your ale. What do next? Do you guys head out towards the adventure? Do you all go up to your room and take a bath first?
No.
What do we...
You can do that after, later.
Yeah, bath after.
Okay.
Zelfie, you mentioned that you're not averse to melee combat. I am not the best with a bow, but do you think I should purchase one before we go? I usually, I only have so many knives. And I haven't practiced with the rope at this point.
I'll just hand you back your short bow.
So what are you going to be firing?
I won't. I will be in melee.
It's gonna
Reach back.
push the bow back to you.
Reach back behind my bag and pull out a small short sword.
Let's have you fire off a few arrows before you get nice and close to an 8-foot tall yeti that's built like a great oak.
Insist.
I do. You can always drop the bow if you decide to go in. I can pick it up. I've got quite nimble fingers. But
Right.
I've seen you place shots. You hit the other eye on that last yeti.
I'll try my best.
And with my bow, this rickety old thing. You clearly have to be a good shot.
I've had basically my entire life to practice, so I would hope I'd be somewhat good at it.
Fair enough.
So
Well,
just to
Barrick.
clarify,
Yeah,
are you guys
go ahead.
going to try and swing by somewhere to grab another
Nah.
bow or not?
Doesn't sound like it.
We can make
We're
it
going
quick if
for
you
it.
guys want to. Just let me know.
No.
Yeah.
How much? No. No. Nope. 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 Nope.
You're fine.
Okay. So you guys kind of finish your food. More and more patrons kind of start trickling in, and some of them are definitely eyeballing that prime spot by the hearth that you guys are occupying right now. Like,
You filtering out.
fuck out
He
of
was
here. Get out of the seats. These are prime seats. You're not even
Oh yeah, no, for
frozen.
sure. For sure.
Just mean mug him off, because I'm not wearing my face scarf.
Ghoul face. Get ghouled. I like it.
Get ghouled.
Get ghouled.
We're the cool kids now.
Anything else you guys do before you leave North Look and proceed towards Kelvin's Cairn?
Put our snowshoes on.
Mm.
Whisper a small prayer.
To whom?
Good question.
What
Lady
do you
Luck for Sane.
What do you say, Sane, in your little prayer?
I don't know if you hear me. I don't even know if you exist. But if you can hear me, we might claim a great prize. And one of those glittering gemstones I'll dedicate to you if we make it back.
Why don't you roll me a religion check?
Religion.
Religion. 14.
14.
Ooh.
Okay. So you guys approach the north gate, which is closed, and a couple of the gate guards see you approaching. Leaving the city?
Hi.
Yeah.
For a few hours.
Be back. Night.
Gives you this raised eyebrow look like, okay. And they crack
Whatever
the
you
gate.
say.
They crack the gate open, like, I'm not gonna stop you.
Moments
And-
later, chased back out of the town, but he was like, ah!
Yeah. And you guys get your snowshoes on. I'm gonna have. Here's my question. Do you guys like help each other? Are you all trying to like put your snowshoes on independently? What does this look
Oh,
like?
way in hell.
Each other. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No shoes suck to put on.
Valis would probably be like looking at him like, how do I put these things on?
Here. Sane'll help him do so. Sane'll help you put some snowshoes on.
Just to see how well you do this for your first times wearing snowshoes. together. Zilphanis survival, Sana investigation.
Woo.
I think that makes sense how you guys would approach this.
24.
17.
Sane
Yeah.
has deft hands, as if he's done this before.
You guys get these things on. Saying like, oh yes, look, this goes here, perfectly tied almost. And soon you are crunching across the top of the snow, heading towards the lonely peak of Kelvitz. Karen.
Before we get there, I want to try and fasten that rope around me favorite dagger.
Okay. Doing that while you're walking, doing that before you go out the gate. When are you doing that?
Hopefully before we go out the gate. Like, hold on.
Okay.
One moment.
So there's a couple different rolls I usually do for knots. My question is, how are you trying to fasten this to your knife? This one, I believe, has like a proper handle, guard, and blade that you throw, right?
Yeah.
How do you want to try and attach it to this silken rope?
Something that I've seen in real life just for like, honestly, like making a handle of a knife is wrapping it around and doing like a secure knot at the base of like where the handle and the blade is, and then securing it down and along the handle itself.
Yeah, so you're doing like a full handle wrap, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay. This is going to be a survival and a sleight of hand together. Do you
All
know
right.
your knots? Can you get them in place? And allow
Survival
this
is a
thing?
2,
Oh,
Oh no.
but the sleight of hand is a 18.
okay.
Sane knows very little about knots, if anything, but he's very nimble.
Stephanus, you see that he has nimble fingers but knows jack shit about knots.
Oh,
That is
no,
clear.
like, nothing about knots.
Like, this is not going to work. He
You
looks.
like them
It's a
like
nice
that.
wrap, and as soon as there's any tension, it's going to come off.
Yeah. Go on. Yes, please.
I'll carefully take it and
Not a very naughty person.
you. I'm sure.
Are you sure about that?
What? You've seen it. Not gonna hold anything.
I'm gonna roll survival for
Yeah.
my knot skills
Yeah.
too.
Save me.
So, Again,
Why are you
Doesn't
doing
matter.
this?
you're doing this out in the wind.
I was gonna
At
say
night.
my fingers are cold.
My fingers.
You guys are standing in snowshoes right outside the gate where the guards are literally laughing at you guys, like snickering.
Yeah.
This guy's gonna die.
Embarrassed. Once today, I walked into a wall.
Is that guy a drow? Whoa. Like, just talking shit from their little posts.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you get a knot on there. A 9 isn't the worst knot ever tied. It will...
It's not as bad as a two.
How
Yeah,
reassuring.
you know what I
This is
mean?
the worst knot ever tried.
And yeah, you probably kind of wrapped around the guard with between Sana and you, and then the last part, Zilphanis ties like a kind of loop in a loop, and then you have the rest of the rope. I'll say you probably at this point don't have like a loop on the other end to attach yourself to, so I imagine you're just gonna like hold one end of the rope and like throw it.
Yeah. That's pretty
Okay.
much.
Beautiful.
This is a last ditch kind of thing. Like,
When we get back, why don't we tie a more proper knot?
hopefully I won't need to throw her.
Probably not, but
Oh, that's fun. Okay, so
is it though?
it's fun for me.
We're gonna start with Jackie. Worst case scenario, the creature might get tetanus and die if it does take us down.
Okay.
Yeah, Jackie pulls out the like orcish looking jagged jank ass dagger.
Oh,
the
that's
one that I
right.
gave you. Oh, and then you kept.
Of course.
Like, why? Why? Rusted and old. Is there something you think you can do with it?
I could put it in a yeti's eye.
Not wrong.
Question. While you guys are all walking, is there any particular formation? You all kind of like walking the line, side by side, triangle, anyone in front and back?
These are
Probably either front or middle.
Yeah, these are snaky beasties. Think it would be a good idea to have you take point, Sylphie. Not too far.
Yes.
And then who's in middle?
Varric, dear, you could
Valis.
stick close to me.
Are you calling
How do you
Valis Varric?
Yeah, Varric, dear.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes, because that's the
his
fake name that he gave
That's
you.
his fake name. Okay, just making
Yeah.
sure.
Mhm.
Valis in the middle, Sonny in the back. Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
Back middle.
Every time that Sane calls Valis Varric, dear, Valis just kind of like has like a wry grin. It's like,
The funniest joke ever made.
mhm.
All right. So let us swippity swap
Truly.
over
My
here.
wit knows no bounds.
And then make sure all this stuff is set up. Cool. What stuff? I don't know what you're talking about.
Very nice.
So you guys start trudging your way out onto the frozen, snowy crust that is the tundra going north of Bryn Shander towards the peak of Kelvin's Cairn. Zilphanis leading the way, and at first it's pretty easy. You can just like follow the trail that these dwarfs made from where they got up, but then you notice that you kind of have to veer back towards Kelvin Cairns a bit. Zilphanis, since you're leading, go ahead and roll me another survival just to see how well you be keeping point. It's pretty easy. You have a lonely mountain to guide you. The DC is low. Yes! Natural 1.
Oh no!
How low is that DC?
It's not a natural 1, though.
Done for tonight. I think I will come back next.
All right, everybody, that is it for tonight.
No, it's not.
Have a good one.
Nah.
You know what's fun is Joe already rolled for this a long time ago.
What? No.
Huh?
So, you guys make some progress. You're trudging along. You're, hour outside of town. And none other than your favorite weather event starts to occur. A blizzard.
Fuck.
So, as you guys are trudging through, it's only an hour outside of town, and the wind starts picking up. This cloud seemingly just like swoops off of the ground to be above you guys. Super fast winds, the snow is coming sideways, and your visibility is reduced to about 25 feet. What do?
Well, I'll stop
Okay.
and like put a hand back to kind of feel for Valis.
Valis would be like,
You can
reaching
move yourselves however you'd like to. You're within sight of each other at the moment, as you can see.
Valis is gonna pull out his rope.
I was gonna say, did anybody refresh, replenish their rope supply?
Yeah, of
Mm-hmm.
course.
Yep. You had time to do that when you left the caravan. You have any gear
I
that
give
I
those suckers my rope.
didn't say was
Yeah.
destroyed.
Keeping that shit. It's my rope, damn it.
Right, another blizzard. Should we turn back?
Wait it out and see how long it is.
Wait out a blizzard in the open?
Are you mad?
I'd be.
Maybe we should dig a shelter or something? I think I saw some...
Did you buy a shovel?
No, I didn't. But would that make sense here? I guess.
So, I'm gonna give you survival with advantage, to see if this makes sense to you, since you literally would have gotten caught out in a couple ones during the caravan though you were part of a caravan at the time, not next to a city, so it's a little different. But go ahead and roll me a survival with advantage this time. 16. So with a 16, you would know that in this situation, probably one of the better things to do would be to kind of huddle up, dig out a bit of shelter just to buffet the wind, and try and stick together and get as low as you can in your current spot. Though you could try to get to Kelvin's Cairn, there is a chance that you guys would end up getting totally turned around as you have real no sense of direction right now. But you could try. It's only an hour away.
Is it in a blizzard? Is
No.
it?
Wait, oh, I know you have observant. Never mind. I was thinking of the one feat that lets you know which way is north.
Oh, I wanted that one.
Yep.
Hey.
Mhm.
I'd have to look at even the wording on that one for how blizzards work in this damn place. They're
Yep.
gnarly.
Well, I'll get down and start kind of like digging out a spot for us to kind of sit.
The
I'll
other
just
thing
say-
that influences this, you all do have cold weather clothing on, so you're all very well bundled, which is good.
Yes.
So Z starts digging some type of shelter, like, okay, let's...
Yeah, Sane's gonna be helping
Oh yeah, Valis will as well.
clear this up.
I understand wanting to turn back, but that could be a worse decision right now since we're an hour away from town. Visibility like this, we could get lost either direction.
Cool. So you guys kind of dig down into the snow, get cozy. Sounds like you're kind of bundling up and all holding a rope. Is that how you're setting
Well,
up?
I imagine we would have tied probably the ropes around ourselves at this point.
Got
I
it.
feel like that was the entire point of that, was to make sure that we didn't lose track of each other.
So after you dug down, you're like
Yeah.
tying each other's waists and passing it around. Got it. Cool. Needed a bite of pizza. All right. So essentially, you guys are just getting slowly piled up with snow. The wind is howling so loud. It's that familiar just going past all of you during this blizzard. You can hear each other if you talk really loudly into each other's ears, which is fine, since you're right next
You want
to
to
each
hear
other.
a near-death experience?
I'm living one right now!
Yeah, exactly. That's Sane's quip for the situation.
And this horrible noise of this howling wind and this snow falling, this limited visibility, makes it very apparent as your visibility closes down even a little bit more to about 20 feet out. There's no telling what's out there right now.
Right.
It could be something right on the edge of visibility, something hunkering down right near you.
Death weasels.
I would say probably at this point, given their position, Z would probably have something ready in case anything did happen.
How does Z set up? What's are you like sword out? Like what are we talking about here?
More bow out, probably. A little
Okay.
more comfortable with that. Because if anything is within that 20-foot range, that's still far enough to get a shot, so.
So you've got this kind of, you're trying to like bundle up and hold a bow with an arrow and just be like ready to get in combat if you see something kind of thing. Okay. Valis, how are you? What you doing mentally during this time?
Probably is reciting some of the verbal components of some of the spells that he knows, and just kind of like preparing himself and just essentially waiting with firebolt, just like to just fucking blast something that comes into eyesight.
I just realized I forgot to ask you guys something. I need to rewind a second to retcon. So as
okay.
you guys were leaving the Northlook, the barkeep would have been like, "Your key. Would you like it?"
Get it when we get back.
Yes, do you mind holding on to it for us when we return? We'll be back this evening.
Got it. And
Maybe not anymore.
just wanted to check
Yeah.
that. I should have done that before, but got it. So you do not have the key. He has it. Sonny, how do
He's
you?
so learned old, he's gonna give it to somebody else.
How are you doing in this blizzard?
So
Memories
I
of deadly weasels for you and Sylphanus.
clutched up tight, very near to Valis, and feels pretty confident about in a movement of like springing up. He could probably draw either his boot dagger or something else to whip it out in the face of an enemy, but doesn't have anything actively like. It's not like clutching a dagger. Like, come on.
Got it. Valis spooks him, just stabs him real quick. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no. His daggers are away, but he'd be in a position where he could quickly flick one if needed.
Sounds like you guys are kind of like all back to back in a little triangle, just like looking
Yeah.
out at the howling whiteness. As okay, cool. Hours pass of this.
Yep.
Do you guys just? I'm just gonna say hours pass. Any change, or are you guys just kind of like, fuck, hunkering down?
Maybe try and keep the snow from piling up too much so we don't get fucking buried.
Keep some air holes. Got it.
Yeah,
Okay,
because that would be bad. Like, real
yeah.
bad.
got it.
Nice.
You guys can do that. And I'm gonna have you roll unless you want to. Now,
Third
Valis,
point.
I'm gonna have you roll me another survival check, just to see if anything stumbles into your little pile. So roll that when you're ready.
What? Who is?
You are
You are.
Valis.
Oh,
Derek,
no.
dear.
Survival.
Correct.
Oh no.
Lucky number
I love
7.
7s.
7.
I do like me a 7.
Lucky number 7.
Fun.
It's the Yeti.
The Yeti just kills all of you.
Knock, open up the door.
Sorry,
Jumps into
and
the
that
fucking
was
wall
the
with us.
campaign. Thanks for playing, folks. No, oh goodness.
Another hell weasel.
Mm.
Same one as before.
You know, I have some oil flask left. We can teamwork the fuck out of that weasel.
Oh yeah. Fuck.
Oh my gosh. So, another hour passes of this horribly, just gnarly blizzard going on. As I go find something real quickly, don't mind me.
Oh no.
Fucking polar bear.
Want to hear that near-death story now?
Yes.
No.
No. Sorry. How about that near-death story? Sophie just, no.
No. Right now? Really?
Alright, do this. And let me check on this here.
This was gonna be a quick in and out.
It never
And I
is.
rolled a 1.
Okay, and now
In and out. Quick 20-minute adventure.
I wanted to do was
You know?
drinking milk tonight.
Valis, roll me 5d6.
Fuck.
5d6. Good.
17.
17 polar bears. Now,
17. Yes. The polar bear freedom fighters.
it's the Great Migration.
No, no.
All the elk long ago died out. It's just polar bears now.
Revenging the one comrade that we stumbled upon earlier.
You want us to roll initiative?
Yes. Make sure you select your tokens.
No.
No.
8.16.
16.
7.16. Oh no. This is not good.
Makes a lot of sense, actually.
So, Let me do my initiative now. Ignore me. Cool. You're pretty sure, Valis, that you hear the crunching of snow out in the blizzard, though it's very hard to pinpoint the direction. Your senses are at least alerted to the fact that there's something crunching snow nearby. Which is why I have you roll initiative now.
The Sonny and Zophanis probably see Valis like tense up.
Oh, yeah.
And
Sorry.
it's like-
I meant to say Zolphanis. Zolphanis is the
Oh,
one who notices that.
okay.
Sorry. Their passive is high enough to pick up on this. Barely.
I was about to say, why is Valis doing this?
No, Zolphanis, you hear the compacting of snow faintly in the howling wind. It's hard to tell from what direction, but there's definitely something.
And I listen enough to tell
You can roll.
maybe what it could be.
You could try to roll an active perception check, though I might have it be at disadvantage to a certain direction. Let me.
Mostly I just want to tell how big it sounds. Does it sound human-sized? Does it sound Yeti-sized?
Yeah.
Advantage?
Yeah.
Perception. 11.
Okay. Hard to tell. One thing, Valis, you're noticing about wearing these nice goggles, though, is like you don't have to completely close your eyes out here to keep the snow and wind out of your eyes. It seems to be helping a bit. If you're wearing your little gogglies.
Oh, we totally forgot about the chalk.
You guys did not apply your stuff. Unless you want to have done so. We can
Please?
rewind. Here's my... Would you guys have done this, do you think?
Yeah, we're going up the
Valis,
tundra.
Valis would have.
Okay.
He's like, I got this cool thing. I'm gonna do it.
Another flashback while you're huddled in this blizzard, listening to the crunching of snow approach gradually. You guys like start walking out, and Valis, you remember like, oh yeah, I got my cool bag of ice stuff, and you open your little deerskin pouch, and there's this like almost black, but it's like brown, greasy stuff in this bag. Do you guys all just try and apply it under your eyes kind of thing? Anybody investigate the bag to see what it might be?
We'll trust the woman.
Sana's going to be
Valis
investigating
put on his
that.
eyes and then hand it to the others.
Okay.
For curiosity, if nothing else.
Roll me an investi, Sane. You...
Ooh.
Natural 1.
It was low stakes, right?
Pretty sure you can
God.
eat this stuff. Like, looks like...
Oh no.
looks pretty good. Like, maybe cook with it? Eat it up? Like, it smells good. Like... Roll a wisdom save.
Oh no.
Gotta roll a wisdom save to see if you eat the eye.
See if
goo.
he licks his finger after putting it on his eyes. That's up
15.
to you. I'm not gonna make you do it, but I will
No.
say it's almost like the feeling is like, is this like bacon grease? Oh my god!
He'll be thinking about it. He just ate. He's not that impulsive.
Would you put this food on your face?
Hmm?
Would you still put the food on your face? Because to you, this is food now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, other people are doing it. They clearly know what they're doing, probably. It's weird. It's very weird. Unconventional, but we'll see.
So you put this dark, greasy stuff under your eyes, and cool. You guys all have that. Back to reality.
Back to Rhea.
Not being able to identify what it is, I would probably maybe try and poke my head up a little. If I can't see what my elf eyes see.
Okay. So you try and like wiggle your head out of the snow and like do a bit of a looky round telescope.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Roll me perception with disadvantage.
Okay. Want me to roll stealth too to see how quietly I do this?
You can. If you want to.
Don't.
21!
Holy shit.
Damn.
So
It's pretty wild.
Ugh.
Look with your special eyes. My friends.
you're pretty sure you got a glimpse of slow movement of something in this area. Oh, that's on the... Oh, I didn't see that ping. In this area on the edge of vision. And it's coming towards you guys, generally.
I'm gonna hold and just watch, because I want to see what it is.
So let me get this very clarified with the held action. Under what conditions are you going to fire your bow?
I see a monster.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
at what point are you going to shoot that bow?
I see a thing and it starts behaving aggressively. Like, i.e., if it spots me and then, like, tries to come at me in an aggressive manner, fire.
So you're looking for hostility. You will shoot if it seems hostile. Okay. Are you alerting your party members?
Yeah, I'd probably lean down and be like, I see something, not quite sure what it is, watching it for now. If it goes sideways, you'll know.
Give a shout.
And now do that stealth roll while you're talking to your friends.
Yeah, I was like, I'm gonna have to yell. At disadvantage or advantage? Or just normal?
Just normal. Okay.
Do the lean in, cup the ear.
What?
What'd you say?
Just I.
So the footsteps stop. And there's like a long, tense moment. You guys can... We're not doing initiative yet. It's just there, by the way. There's a long, tense moment of like no movement, no more crunching sounds.
Watching.
Just watching until you hear like another crunch right here. Oh, I gotta switch my
Even
way.
slower crunch than
Like
before.
one slow crunch right there.
Swivel my head.
Anyone else trying to discern or see, or are they just like, Valis has got it? Or, God, I keep calling Sylphanus Valis. Bleh. Anybody else trying to see what's going on at this point?
Valis will slowly pop his head out and like look in the direction that Zelphanus is looking to see if he can see.
Roll me one Percepi real quick.
Alright, disadvantage?
Do it normal right now.
Alright,
You got them special goggles.
indeed. 18.
Nice.
So you're going to see it as it's approaching on its turn.
No.
Congratulations. And coming towards you guys is this hyena-faced looking gnarly critter with a
A fucking
punched
gnoll.
frame
Mm.
holding some kind of stick-like object, it looks like. And yeah, it's squinting its eyes, heading directly towards y'all with something in its hands. Valis, you can see that. Looks like a
Valis will
fucking
like,
spear.
like, and point in the direction of it,
The thing.
of the knoll.
Yeah. You can see what you can see right now through the blizzard, It's top of the round, Zilphanis.
Yeah.
This thing is like basically just walking towards you guys with like a spirit, like, what?
I'm just trying to determine whether that would be.
Gotta act quick. It's almost right there. What you gonna do?
Oh, shooting it.
Okay, fire with disadvantage.
No. You don't need to tell me. No.
The winds are very fast. Holy shit.
Honey.
Doesn't matter.
Fuck.
All right. Roll damage.
Try me. Or piercing.
So yeah, from above both of you guys' heads, there's this twang of the short bow and a crack as an arrow goes flying over you into this medium-sized furry figure, and it lets out a shriek. Any
the
movement,
rest
or are
of
you
its
staying
act?
huddled, like fire, back down in your little spot?
Well, I should have done this before I fired. It was dumb. You know what? I'll wait till my next turn.
Sane. This thing just got shot. What do?
Yes, it did. He said that he's got his hand on his boot knife, so he's gonna boot knife go.
Throw with disadvantage.
Yes. That's going to be a 10.
Yeah, so a 10, the thing just kind of like flies at the thing and it bounces off the spear they're holding in front of him. Spring. Alrighty.
And rest of the turn, gonna fish me rapier off me belt pouch. Get ready to poke him.
Okay. Valis.
Alright. Valis is like backing up and seeing that everybody else is attacking this creature. He's like, okay, and firebolts.
Alright, roll to attack with disadvantage.
With disadvantage. Okay.
All ranged attacks are having disadvantage in this howling, awful wind and low visibility. It's so annoying. But that hits.
17.
17 hits. Roll damage.
3 fire.
Nice. So yeah, you pelt this thing again in the chest and singe it with your flaminess, and it's howls in pain yet again. Why? Oh, I'm in the wrong thing. Like, select it. There we go. And it's Nolly Boy's turn. Nolly Boy is going to rush forward at the fire thing and try to stab it with its spear.
Oh no.
Reasonable.
All right. Holy shit. I rolled that to... Why does it roll to GM? God damn it. Hold on. Anyways, I rolled two 23s because it rolled with advantage
No.
automatically. But,
Goddamn.
Toggle. Sorry. Yeah. 23 hits Valis, I assume.
Yeah.
Which
Oh,
makes sense.
never.
You're huddled in some snow and he's just running at you with two hands on a spear. Like, ah!
Mm-hmm.
For 10.
Holy shit.
Ow.
He rolled max damage.
Yeah.
I say.
So you get
Valis
like,
let out a fucking scream.
yep, this howling, shrieking gnoll runs forward, screaming, and just impales Valis through the gut and out the back, with his spear with two hands.
Really?
Valis screaming. Sylvanas.
Yeah. With that happening, I will, and seeing that it is now right there, drop the bow, and would it be possible for me to interpose myself between Alice
You
and this
use your
guy?
thing? You do the thing?
Well, if I wanted to do the thing, I would have done it. earlier. But no, I'm asking if I can do it because I'm within 5 feet.
Can you? Oh, you mean like just
Like pull him back and put myself
Yeah,
there and
you
Ooh.
can do
Right.
that. I will describe that if you do that, you're gonna be like jostling that spear around. If you know what I mean.
yeah.
The fact that you can see the spear and you're behind him is probably alarming.
Yeah, like
Oh,
you
we're
can see the
probably-
spear coming out. Like it's the end of the spear is between you and Valis. Coming out of Valis.
Um. You know what? Will use my thing. That's okay.
Yeah. So you want to use the reaction thing?
Mr. President.
All right. So let's re-describe this.
Sorry.
It's fine. So Valis, you like were feeling the pain of the spear going through the front of your gut and started to scream, but you somehow found yourself behind Sylphanas, who then takes the spear going through their gut and protruding out their back. You take 0 damage, Valis. Sylphanas, you take the 10.
Oh, heck.
Okay. That was my reaction.
That's your reaction. It's your go.
Now I'm gonna stab this guy.
Okay. Swing with your sword.
We drop the bow and we pull out the short sword. 16.
That does hit this gnoll, who is still holding their spear like, "Ah," and probably has a
go
look
for the
of
hand?
confusion. Yeah, you can go for the hand. Roll me an additional dex. Just because it wasn't the
I'm
highest.
close enough.
You barely beat their AC. I'll say that. If it was super high, I'd be like, yeah, fuck it. But roll another dex.
Ooh, 8.
So you try to go for like a nice cheeky like slash to the chest and then take like, get the hand off the spear, but they end up like moving a bit, which hurts as the spear is inside of you. You do the 5 damage, but you do not get their hand off that spear.
It'll be my turn.
Yeah, you're just sticking there with the spear, and yeah, cool, Sane.
Gotta try and give him a good poke with a rapier. 23.
Yeah, that'll hit.
And one moment, let me make sure sneak attack is toggled.
Yeah,
My
we
companion's
We never
right there.
reskinned that rapier, did we? We were gonna make it like an S stock or something.
I'd really appreciate
Yeah,
that.
just call it an S
But
stock.
I
please.
also rolled max damage.
Yeah,
and
it's
so
how do you skewer it with your S stock? What, just call it an S stock.
well, he's pinning Zilphi, so I probably put it through the side of the creature's neck. Just big old neck. Just
Yeah. So you put it through like their neck and kind of in a frontward location and then out right below the back of the base of the skull, severing their spine. And the creature just goes limp and falls down, extracting your blade on the process.
yep.
Get that rapier out of here. And yeah, it is it is dead. Quite dead.
Fixed
There you
it.
go. Thank you.
Yep. I guess we're gonna get use out of these earlier than expected. Reaches for medicine kit.
I'll just kind of like take a seat because I still have a spear in me.
Yeah.
Yes, you do. So, you're taking your medicine kit to stabilize Zilphanas, correct?
First, Zilphi, we're gonna have to pull it out.
I know, and I would like to try and pull it up myself, please.
Snap one side first. You don't want to be pulling that whole thing through.
Watch me.
Alice,
Oh, there's
When you
there's the wrap of the handle. Hold on.
Alice, when you see the crack, pull the back side out. Zilphi, you can get the front. I've got the bandages ready. Bite,
What?
bite this.
It's,
Why don't we just break the back end of it?
Yeah, do that.
That's what
Val's
he's
gonna
saying.
take his staff and like break the head of the spear off.
so okay.
Whoa.
So hold on. Let me describe a few things. There's a lot of suggestions in RP all at once. So just to describe it, the spear, it's not a nice spear, jaggedy spear, is through Zilphana sticking out the back. It's probably like a foot sticking through their back where you can see it sticking out. The other end is like not super straight, and it's got like a wrap and some feathers and things like that.
Swipe those feathers.
I heard a few different things going on at once. One, Zilphanis wanted to pull it out himself. Two, Valis wanted to try and snap the head of it off using their staff. Sane, what were you trying to do? You had your medical kit to try and stem the blood.
Sane was proposing that you snap it from the long section because it's going to be easier to get. Like, there's more to ply there. It's not a shorter surface. And then any side that's on Valis's gets pulled out. Zilphi can pull the other side out on his end, and then the moment that the spear is extricated,
Okay.
trying to close that wound.
Somebody roll me a medicine check before any of this happens, just to see if somebody knows how to deal with
What's
this.
happening?
Because you
Not
guys are
Sane.
really close, but this could go really badly. It's really close, but it could go really bad.
6.
Sylphanis, get out. I'm going to pull this out if you guys don't deal with this. Got it. Okay. To be fair, it's a very natural reaction to get that.
Yeah. He's
So-
not a stranger to pain, so.
What I'll say, if you guys go through with this, which I'm fine with, of course, Valis, if you roll low on this, it could be bad. Does that
Okay.
make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. At least Sani has a medical kit to stabilize you. Go through with what you guys are going to do.
Okay.
Roll to attack. They are holding still. You can swing with advantage. You have your goggles. You can see. I'll give you that grace at least.
That sounds
Okay.
like it would really hurt. Can't we just cut one side?
Swings.
Yeah.
No.
Oh my god. 9.
Alice, what the fuck?
This is how I die, killed by one of my own party. The
No better
one
way
that
to
I
do-
saved, no less.
And it wasn't even PvP either.
Sane's like, I could literally just whittle this really quick with my.
Ow!
So
What the fuck?
let me ask a question. It's fine. This is fun. Valis, you were hitting the sharp end in the back, correct? Not the shaft in the
Yes.
front? Okay.
Yes.
So you hit it. You don't break it. So
Just jostle him.
you hit it
I was
hard
more
enough.
going to.
Yeah, so you do an up and down. So you hit it, and this is what it does. Like you lift the whole other end of the spear up. God, what damage do I want to make? I'm gonna do 1d6. That's fucked.
Psychological damage.
This is fucked.
Yeah.
Valis,
Emotional damage.
roll me
Oh,
one. Roll me 1d4 internal organ damage against Sylphanis. Or sorry, 1d6 internal organ damage.
no.
against
2.
Hey, it's 2.
Lucky. The pain, awful. But yeah, that's what happens. You hit it, and that end of the spear happens to be where it's most reinforced. It actually picks the handle up off the snow and back down.
The oh!
What do you guys do now?
Sane's.
It's like, I will give you 6 seconds to do something else before I would probably just yank it out. Like,
Okay, okay, real quick. Valis, Sane, what do?
He's just looking at Sonny like,
Sane will pass you some, right? Like, try and stop the probably bigger hole that is now in Zilphi's chest. Will lean down to Zilphi, have his sharpest knife out, and be like, I could try and cut it clean from this side. It'll take a little bit of time, but it's better than ripping it out.
fucking do it!
All right. Here's what I'm gonna do, because we want to do it quick. Unless Zilphanis, you're convinced to sit there and let him whittle it down. I was thinking one clean chop, the orcish jagged thing, probably your heaviest knife. Just saying, you could probably.
Aggie, let's go.
Or you could try and get lucky with your lucky knife. I mean, you can swing with whichever knife you want, but choose what you want to do. Jaggy looks like, it's got enough heft and enough like sawed parts that you could probably get through it at an angled swipe. Lucky dagger's your lucky dagger, but it's not super heavy.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
You
passed Valis the medical supplies. Like, you do gauze. I'm gonna cut it now.
Gonna roll. I look at Zilphi like, are you permitting this?
Which knife? Fuck.
Jaggy.
You just gave Zilphanis tetanus. Oh no.
That is going to be a natural one. Everybody watching.
No, I messaged me not 3 minutes ago saying, "Oh, you get to make a new PC too." Now, I'm thinking I might.
No, hear me out.
No.
So,
Like with the one, you hit me.
You can still just take your intestines out with it. We'll patch you back up.
Zilphanis, roll me a con save.
Pass out from
And I'm
the
going to
pain.
describe what's happening. It's a 5.
Nothing that Zilphanis knows about.
So you are definitely going to pass out while this horrific experience happens, and it's going to be up to them for a moment. So,
I'm so sorry.
Sane, you swing at this angle towards the shafted spot, right? Not the head of the spear, but the shaft. Yeah. And your dagger starts cutting in and then hooks on a knot in the spear, and you rip the spear out of Zilphanis using the knife. So the blade comes back out, and there's like guts sticking out of this hole in the front of them, blood spurting. Valis, roll me a medicine check.
He's probably screaming while he's doing it.
16. Cool. So, yeah, you kind of like stem the blood, and you push some of those like organs back into Zilphanis' front, and you're like trying to squeeze it together with your little drow hands. Sane, do you want to roll like a are you doing okay mentally check or anything? Like, how are you doing after you just did this? You rolled a 9 for your wisdom save.
Sane looks down and just horror, and is going to throw Jackie as far as he can. A look of betrayal on his face, like, yeah!
Roll me an attack with disadvantage with Jaggy.
Yep.
Zilphi
comes back in the wind.
Valis probably shouting like, "What the fuck, Sane?"
I'm betraying everyone, apparently.
Jaggy's just gone. That dagger is just, someone's gonna get messed up in the future when they step on that, maybe.
Oh no.
So damage. Roll me 2d6, Sane.
I'm dead.
Oh no.
No, you're not. You only took
You
8.
want a bed?
The good thing is
You're
you're stabilized because of the medicine check by Valis. So you're not dead. You're not okay.
I'm very at 0.
You're very at 0. You're
I love how both of them are just like, y'all need a healer.
You're very passed out and in shock. That is for sure.
Jesus fuck.
So, Valis, you're literally holding Sylphanis' life together right now, as like blood is like kind of seeping around the gauze, but they're breathing. Question mark. What next? What do you guys do for the rest of your blizzard?
No, I don't think I'm going to be drinking with Helg anytime soon.
Sane, what the fuck are we doing now?
Keeping Zilphi alive!
I'm doing my fucking best here.
You're doing great.
I am not a medical professional.
You don't have to be. Just keep his insides inside.
It's harder than it looks.
Here, look.
It sounded so easy in the books.
I was going to be a doctor, but it sounded too easy, so I became a wizard.
Ah!
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
So, you guys are panicking, but holding together. What is your guys' next move? This is a tenuous situation. What
Yes.
what is your next move? You've got a dead Knoll next to a dying Zilphanus. Stable, but dying, kind of. I'm not rolling death saves because you had the med kit. And you rolled high enough. But what do you guys do now?
Valis probably looks at the body of the knoll and looks back at Sane. Check to see if that thing has anything useful. I don't know why it was out here, but it might have something.
So
As he's like,
It probably just a shuffle. We're just an hour from town. Keep Zilphy
gets
lost in the
blizzard. Sorry.
No, shut up.
I'm just
Josh.
laughing at the idea. I'll be
Shut the
right
fuck up,
back.
Josh.
yeah, just leaving Valis out here with Z.
Oh, sorry to interrupt roleplay. It was too funny not to imagine. We're only an hour from town. ...
We just have to keep Zilphy stable enough till we can get him back. Bandage as much as you can. We'll weather the storm. I'll see if this thing has anything on it.
Okay. How do you approach searching this Knoll? Just checking. There's a
Not-
reason I ask, but
I don't know what that means.
it's fine. Like, just so you just go for it. Like, just describe basically what you do.
Yeah, it would be giving this thing a pretty thorough pat down. Like, what does it have on it? Does it have pockets?
Just investigation then. Go ahead and roll.
12.
12?
That is the lowest investigation roll I have ever had.
Okay.
I'm gonna die.
So
You might.
You search through this Knoll's stuff. There's 17 silver. You find that. That's pretty cool.
Wow.
There's like a weird, I guess you could call it a knife. It's like this piece of bone that's sharp on one end that they like wrap some leather around. You could probably cut something with it. More of a
nice.
tool than a knife. It's very tiny. Like it's a little teeny tiny. Like you could turn it into a necklace.
Tiny bone knife.
Might have been a necklace at one time. And you find a little like flask thing. It's a fur flask. So it's furry on the outside, tied top, and it's
Furry on
got
the
some
inside.
kind of liquid in it.
Cool.
Yeah.
I don't trust that.
Feed it to me. Kill me. Let's go.
No.
Do you check what the liquid is at all, or just like
No.
Okay.
Nope.
No.
Nope. It's probably getting tied onto my belt pouch for later discovery.
Got
He's gonna
it.
show up at the tavern. He's gonna be like, "Good thing you guys asked for that bath, huh?"
Oh man.
Hey, who knows? Maybe they've infused those waters with good berries and made a medicinal
No.
bath.
Yeah.
You see,
Looking at
what's
the
gonna
whole-
happen is we're gonna get back to Mishan again. And then we're gonna get a restraining order from the temple. Honestly, after a quick once over with the Knoll, Sane would be moving over to try and make sure, like, try and help in any way, keeping Zilphy stabilized, like putting pressure on wounds, antiseptic, like,
Mhm.
just doing what he can to make sure we get through this storm and can get back.
So you roll me a medicine check as well now.
Come on.
Alright,
It's gonna be a 12 and a
not too
12.
bad.
Okay, you don't make you do more good than bad, which is good with a 12.
Don't hurt me again like you did.
Um. So Zilphanas, I'm gonna have you roll me another con save. See how well you deal with this physically. 9.
9.
Not great. I think that's what it's not great. Trying to think how to mechanically do this. Essentially, what this looks like is Sane and Valis like trying to keep you alive for the next 2 hours of this blizzard.
Yes.
Here's what I'll
That's
do.
exactly what it looks like. Gats.
Sane and Valis, I want you each to roll me con saves as well.
Fellas.
That is going to be a 15.
That'll be a 12.
Okay. You guys managed to tough through it without incurring exhaustion of any kind. That's good.
We keep our shit together, DM?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Woo! And, yeah, Zilphanas. I'm going to need a little break to think about this, what I want to do with Zilphanas now, because there's 2 different routes I'm considering. So let's take a quick break as this
Okay.
blizzard subsides.
Slightly not death.
And you can see clearly now that the
God damn
blizzard's
it,
gone.
Ty. Listen here, you
No.
little shit.
Yeah. It's me all the time, honestly.
All right,
Every
let's-
time, almost every time we have combat.
Alright. So, quick break.
Yeah, let's take a quick break, and I'm going to think about what I want to do with Z.
Okay.
Takes one
Ominous.
foot- Takes the step out of town one time.
I was just about to say this is supposed to be not easy, but like.
What are you talking about, easy?
What?
This is Icewind Dale.
The fuck were you expecting?
So,
I'm
Sane's
fucking
words,
this.
I'll be back.
Sane's words about, like, if only we had somebody to just be in front of us.
I took that personally.
And I took that personal. Apparently you did.
I did.
Took the entire shaft. Sane's very, very impressed and worried.
You should.
Oh, wow.
Alright, we're on break.
Zilphanas taking the whole shaft.
Shush.
What
You. Usually it's the other way around.
was that?
Nothing.
Well,
Well,
you got one on the back burner, right?
yeah.
No, we'll get Z out of this. They might be missing a couple internal organs, but
Fine, he's an elf. He doesn't need all of them.
they'll grow back.
Yeah, I think it's just getting me out of here that's gonna be the thing. Because I'm
At least
pretty.
the blizzard's over.
This is true. You guys did not fail your con or medicines checks, which is good.
Yep.
I live for now.
For now.
Really don't want to
You
die.
live at
though.
the
I had so many
mercy of
plans.
Valis and Sane.
I swear though, I am dead though because attack rolls. That's what killed me. It wasn't even the actual blow itself.
Mm-hmm.
It was you guys. This is gonna be fun showing up at the tavern and he's like, what the fuck? Held's just gonna be like, what was happening? What'd you
Hey,
guys do?
At least with what Valis did, it did less damage than Sane's attack.
This is true. Z will remember this.
Mm-hmm. Like, there was an actual plan to what Valis was trying to do.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure I saw what you were trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
Frankly, almost at this point, I think it would have just been better if I just yanked the spear out myself, honestly.
Maybe. I don't know.
I understood what you guys were trying to do, like cut this head off the spear so it doesn't do damage when you just pull it out. I understood
That way it
that
doesn't,
was what was
ravage
happening.
your entire fucking insides.
Yeah, just both of you failed, and you just ended up like shifting shit around instead of actually helping. Like, god damn it! Why the fuck?
Talk about rearranging your guts.
Little did Z know he needed his gallbladder on top of his stomach. His small intestine also up there. What is proper traction? He doesn't know.
Yep.
I've done so good at keeping these story secrets so you can figure it out, and if he dies now, then I just have to disclose it. No fun. No fun at all.
No, we'll make damn sure that Z does not die today.
So I mean, I think it's gonna depend on some rolls and also gets. Yes, preferably I would like to not die because I am not intentionally trying to kill my character here.
Yep.
If I were, it would be different. My thought process was, because I was not going to use my reaction, my thought process was, if I use it, it puts me in a better position, puts you farther away to do your spellcasty stuff.
Oh, if you had left me being stabbed by that thing, I was gonna break its staff. Or break its spear.
Tempt.
I was gonna do Hoarfrost, the Hoarfrost cantrip, and just bring my staff down on top of the spear and try and break it.
Nice.
That way it couldn't attack.
Why didn't you do that with the spearhead?
That's what I was trying to do.
Oh. Then did we just misunderstand what it was you were trying to do then?
Maybe. Yeah,
I don't
because,
think-
Because like the spearhead was out your back, and I was aiming for the back.
Yeah, but I don't think Gats heard you say that you were going to cast Frost on it.
I didn't cast Hoarfrost.
So that's what I'm saying. Why didn't you do that?
I don't know. I don't know why I
Yeah,
didn't.
That
Yeah.
would have helped you break it more than likely.
I mean, the only thing would have been damage wise. It didn't have an additional attack bonus.
Right. Okay. Still, though, I see what you were saying.
Yeah. There's a method to my madness.
Yeah, no, I got you. I still find it so funny that it was not.
That I
It was not the
fucking missed.
enemy that killed me. It was you guys.
Mhm. Yep.
So we could have just walked back to Bryn Shander with that spear in me.
Maybe,
it would have
but that
been
would have been a
slightly
long
hard.
trek.
I mean,
Okay.
we just needed to keep the spear stable in me, and then maybe I would have been pretty okay getting back to Bryn Shander.
You also would have been leaving a trail of blood back to Bryn Shander, so
I mean, or we're probably already going to do that, no question.
fair.
Because we're gonna see if y'all can like carry me back.
Or probably not.
Maybe. I don't know. Do I die, Gats?
So,
Technically, we could make some sort of slingy to like drag you back.
Use the knoll as a sled.
Yeah.
you
Something.
guys ready to resume?
Yes.
Indeed.
Yeah.
All right. So, where we pick up, the blizzard finally lightens up. It is pretty dark. You guys were stuck in that blizzard for 6 hours. That's the roll that Joe did weeks ago for the duration of that blizzard.
Yay.
Yeah, blizzards are fun. And Sylphanus, you are unconscious. Your blood is being stemmed and your organs being held in by your companions. During the break, I rolled whether light or dark would prevail. Light got a natural 1, so you spent your time in just black unconsciousness. Not
Dark
a
is the color
trance,
of your blood,
no
too.
dream. Probably lost enough blood to where your brain's not working as well as it ought to be. You're not dead. You're not well.
Good.
You're not instantly dead. But no godly interventions, no
Didn't get
nothing.
visited by M&S.
No. Sorry, they crit failed. So
Like, fuck you.
it's just,
Your followers, the Faunus, could really use some help. Who?
Who?
I can't hear you over the blizzard.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, the cold, bitter darkness of Arl rolled a 9, and your god rolled a nat 1. So
Oh, fuck my god.
you spent that in blackness.
The new one.
We now pick up. There's a nice coating of snow over all of you, though you've kept Sylphanus alive. You guys are just over an hour. I was like, hour 15-ish outside of Bryn Shander, going towards Kelvin Cairn. You have snowshoes. What do?
We need to get Sylvie back to town.
But how? We're not at all equipped to carry them.
No, but we could drag him.
Wouldn't that deal more damage than help?
We could make some sort of sled, maybe? Sure, the knoll wouldn't
Valis
be
just looks around. With what?
the knoll. Drag the knoll.
We could try that.
It'd be awful. I can't carry him. But
You
we
Better
need to
than
get
I.
back to town.
did at one point.
Yeah, yeah, I could get you a bit. Not an hour and 15.
Sure, you can.
We've got some spare changes of clothes. We could strap them to the knoll, try and cushion them as much as possible. Use our ropes around the shoulders, just drag them back. I don't know. What do you think?
I guess that's the best we got.
Okay.
And he'll start digging out the knoll from underneath the snow.
Okay.
Go before the
I
Yeti
don't-
show up.
Oh god.
Here's the thing. I have no idea. Um,
Here,
Well-
let me ask God. GM, is there anything that Valis could think of in this moment?
like how do transport ally?
Yeah.
Just roll me an intelligence check, Valis. See how nice I am to you right now. How can Valis think clearly under pressure?
No, apparently
8.
not.
No, apparently not.
I would also
right
be
now
quite keen.
you see snow around you and low hills. Here's the information. I'll just reiterate the information that you would obviously have. You're technically closer to the supposed location of a sled than to Kelvin's cairn. Though, that would be bringing them farther out into the tundra to get to said sled and then bringing that sled back. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
There is a dead knoll. They're not a sled, though you could try to turn them into something if you were going to try and drag Zolfanis across the snow to try and cushion this. If you wanted to try that it doesn't seem like impossible, but it definitely is not purpose built for being a sled, for sure. I hope that is clear.
What are you saying? Knolls can't be sleds. They can be whatever they want to be.
I'm saying that gnolls can try to be sleds, but no promises.
Yeah.
That's basically what you've got right now. There's also the whole option of like one of you runs to town to try and get a sled or some help and come back out here. All kinds of things you could try to do. My question,
Go get
though,
held.
is do you guys go to try and get closer to the sled? Oh, I mean, the other option is you could try and like find some kind of shelter out here and tend their wounds out here with your medical supplies and food and water and then get them back.
You said we're closer to the sled than we are to town.
You guys are closer to where the dwarf said the sled would be slightly than you are to town. Yes.
Yeah, Valis just looks over at Sane. There's another. There's another option. The sled with the iron.
And the Yeti.
I know.
What about if we hunker down? See if we can get him back on his feet. Enough to have him hobble along. I don't know
How?
if our supplies would.
Do we know how long that will last, though? How long it will take?
Roll history, whoever wants to.
Sure.
I shall.
Me.
Yes.
Can I roll? No, you in
15.
darkness.
Can I speak from past the grave?
16 GM.
So
50.
you guys both recall that time that Zolfanis got totally wrecked by that giant bat, and
Yeah.
you were like walking the next day somehow, which is pretty impressive. Something about their healing factor is not shabby. So if you were able to get them to a setup where they could actually start to recover, which is not this right now, then they might be able to move like with the equivalent of a long rest in some fashion, if you're able to get them some kind of comfort. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's part of what makes you guys heroes, is you heal quick.
Wow.
What do?
Does one of us want to scout around and see if they can't find a cave or something?
I don't like that idea. We
Paid
should be
good money.
we should be sticking together. Especially out here. What if something were to happen upon you while I was away? Or me while you... No. Something's gonna happen, it happens to us together. Not having another one of you leave.
What do we do about him?
Are you gesturing to Sylphia or the Knoll?
Zilfi.
Ah.
Both. I am the Knoll now.
It's a blood bond. You both died in the same spot.
The Knoll was trying to kill me, and thus did my allies.
Need to get him to town.
Alright. And he's gonna go back to digging up the knoll.
Okay. So you guys are going with the try and turn the knoll into a sled route, just to
Could
clarify.
Sane roll something to brainstorm ideas that I'm just at a loss for? What?
Yeah. You can also
Am I
roll-
allowed to speak but from beyond?
I want to hear from you as a player.
The
Yeah.
player, I'm almost kind of thinking, instead of trying to use the Knoll as a sled, I mean, you still have my cloak, don't you?
Yeah, we've got your cloak. I've got some spare winter clothing, other miscellaneous
Oh.
traveler garb. I could
What is
try and
stopping you from tying me into one side of my cloak and then either one of you taking, like, the other end and using that as a sled?
I mean,
Because functionally, that would work better.
yeah, we could also run some ropes through it, which
Mhm.
that could work.
It's big enough to fit me, too, which is kind of a little bit important thing.
I mean, that
Bigger
would
than
probably work better.
roll me survival, Sane.
Well,
Yeah, you've got the kind of idea coming together where you could try to use some of the clothing you've got to make some kind of half body bag for Zolphanis. The missing ingredient would be like long poles to give it, that ability to really support them evenly. So what it would probably look like is, you'd get them in there and they'd be kind of slumped in the middle, if that makes sense.
yeah.
But you could do that, or you guys could just both carry him, or take turns carrying him. Try to.
Yeah.
Mm,
Alright. Dallas, what do you think of using both of us carrying Sylphie, or I guess it would be dragging Sylphie, using their cloak, maybe some other clothes for padding?
It's worth a try.
All right. That's how it goes. All right, roll me a
Indeed.
survival, natural one. Blizzard.
Just picks up the cloak and then just drops Zilphonis on their head.
Head instantly.
So, do you guys want to try and describe to me what type of setup you're trying to jury rig together here, or do you want me to just kind of decide? What do we want to do here?
My understanding is that we've got Zilphi on the cloak, me and Valis pulling the cloak from both sides, maybe adding some other, like, cold weather clothing, as like a support. Make sure he doesn't jostle around inside the cloak too much while we're dragging it.
So
Um,
let me try and. So you say like he's in the cloak. What do you mean
So-
by that? I understand what you're saying, Charlotte.
Me?
Yes, I get what you're saying, but I want to understand what they're trying to describe. Like, are you trying to suspend Zolfanis totally off the ground with this cloak? Are you just kind of
No.
supporting their upper body with the cloak and dragging their boots? What are you trying to do exactly? Are you just dragging Zolfanis, like each of you on an arm, and you're just having padding under them so they don't get too banged up?
Can draw it.
I mean,
can definitely
I
draw it.
more imagined of the one end of the cloak like being like kind of closed up like a pouch almost, and Zelphanus is like in it, and we're just dragging the top of it. Like we're dragging
A cloak body
basically
bag.
a big heavy sack.
Yes.
Yeah,
Sure.
like an open-ended sack kind of a thing,
Yes.
with like my head sticking out one end and then the
Yeah,
other
that-
side they're
that's-
dragging.
Yeah, that's what I was imagining.
Yes, that was what I was trying to say. Like,
You guys can definitely do that. I'll just be up front. High chance the cloak's gonna get fucked.
Yeah.
Also, hard to check on Z while that kind of dragging is going on, if that makes sense. If you guys want to go for it, you definitely can. Is that what
Go
you like
for
to do?
Yep.
Okay. Who are you both trying to get this sack setup going with the cloak?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we're both pulling.
Okay. Here's what I'll do. Each of you roll me a survival. Each of you roll me athletics. And then each of you
6.
roll me con.
1,
what would you like me to roll?
7.
Nothing yet, Z, but we'll get there.
8, 2, 19.
So, just to get this right, so Sane with the survival, we've got a 12 to kind of get the bag put together. Oh wait, no, sorry, that's a 6. You're right, the 6.
Yes,
6 to get the
6,
bag together
6,
from Valis.
1, and
Eh,
7.
Hold on, let me read it out so anyone in the audience knows what the hell is going on. So, Sane to put this bag together rolled a 6. Valis to get this human bag together got an 8. Regarding being able to actually move Zolfanis while in snowshoes out in the tundra, Valis rolled a 2 for athletics. Sane rolled a 1 for athletics. In order to not get exhausted while trying to do this, Valis rolled a 19 and Sane rolled a 7. So, basically, you guys kind of get him in this body bag setup. It's like holding together a bit, right? But then when you start trying to move it, the weight and the balance of the snowshoes, you guys are pretty new at snowshoes and carrying somebody, and you guys are trying to carry him at the same time. Though it does split the weight load, it's not really working very well. They just keep like getting stuck to the ground. Maybe you guys are tired from the blizzard, tireder than you thought. I mean, that being said, you guys hadn't actually taken a real rest since you got in from the caravan yet, and it's getting late. So this method not really working. And Sane, you're feeling the wearies. Valis is feeling relatively fresh. I hope that makes sense. Okay. If there's any shenanigans, call them out now. Okay. So the
Okay.
human bag setup isn't working too well. Keeps getting caught on like ice and snow and freezing on the bottom. It's hard to drag it through the snow. And you guys are feeling tuckered out and weak. But again, Valis doing more than twice as well as Sane right now. You guys don't make it very far. Like, this is not working at all. What's your next move?
Valis is probably just standing there, just like looking at the body bag.
Now I want Sylphanas to roll me a con save. For being luggage.
11.
Okay.
You get used to it.
What do you guys do now?
I don't like that. I'm very dead. Okay.
Yeah, it's a distinct possibility. Well, this
Oh, it
isn't
is.
working.
Clearly.
What if we still have the cloak around them, right? Tie a rope on the cloak and their legs, and we drag them from one single point. It probably wouldn't look too good.
Sorry, I'm dying.
I'm afraid I don't have any good ideas here.
Anything from you, Valis, at this point?
Let's just try it. We need to get Z out of here.
I carry him
And this
upright.
clearly isn't helping.
Could try and make a shelter. Like,
I mean, Valis is gonna like do a quick scan to see if like he can find like a cave or something, anything that could act as shelter.
Okay, roll me a Percepi and a survival together. Mixed roll.
oh,
Nice.
Let my
15, 13.
spirit guide you.
15 Percepi.
guided us into a blizzard.
Fuck it up.
13 survival. You actually do see, not too far away from where you're at, kind of to the, it's almost directly east, where there's a bit of a hill, what looks like at least an overhang, maybe, there's like a dark spot kind of a thing that you could get to. Full of knolls. No. Nice. No, that you could get to with a lot more ease and maybe set up shelter. Common sense does say there's always a chance of danger in caves and shelter. That's just the nature of the world.
The shelter.
You, even in the Underdark, you know, you're like, this is a pretty sweet place that I would love to sleep on this shelf. There's probably something that's lived here at one point.
Or is living here.
So,
Yeah.
but that being said,
Alice,
might be a good bet.
can you carry their front? I can try and carry the back. We just need to get them to that ridge. Right?
Let's go.
Okay. So,
Hut, hut,
each of
hut,
you
hut.
athletics.
On me before you do that.
Each of you roll athletics.
Athletics.
Sorry,
3.
What the fuck?
Oh,
What the hell?
no.
4.
Yes,
God
I'm
damn it.
Okay, I'm fucked.
Yeah,
What?
sorry.
What the
We
hell?
We can't roll. Yeah, my bad. Guess we'll die.
Okay.
Guess we'll die. Guess I'll die. You guys are fine.
We're not leaving you.
So,
No, absolutely not.
real
What are
quick,
you talking about?
just tell me. I'm gonna give you guys an option because I want to move along.
Oh.
So Sane, what is your actual strength score?
I believe 8, but let me double check. Yeah, it's 8.
Valis, 8 as well.
8.
Okay, give me one sec here. I believe it's 15 times that is what you can physically lift typically.
That is correct.
20 pounds each.
So we can carry up to 240 pounds.
I am definitely less than that.
Yeah. So here's where it is. You guys are feeling it's hard. It's like your muscles are
So-
burning, but you have the option. I'll just give it to you now of really pushing through this and getting over there, and you guys will most likely incur a level of exhaustion. If you roll really
So-
badly, you might get 2.
So push, drag, lift is 30 times score.
Yep. And then carry should be 15 times.
Yes, we are
Yes.
carrying.
Yeah.
Filthy.
The other problem is you have snowshoes, and it's a pain in the
Yep.
ass.
Yeah. I will take that point of exhaustion easily.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Push it to the limit.
I'm gonna have you guys roll me con saves. If you roll 1s, you will get more than 1 level of exhaustion.
I rolled a 9.
Dirty 20.
Okay.
This is fresh as a daisy.
I've
Does
been
not
carrying
fit.
the weight of my heritage my entire life. This is nothing.
So I'm gonna describe. This is what I'm gonna describe. It takes you guys for fucking ever, just like shuffling your way there, trying to keep Zolphanis together and off the ground as you guys make it way over to this little alcove-esque spot. Aludria.
Yeah.
So here's what I'm trying to decide would it be unreasonable to say, Valis, good job, you only get 1 level of exhaustion? Okay. If you
Oh,
think
yeah.
that's fair, I'm going to give you 1, and then Al, you get 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sane really
Yeah,
shouldn't be
I don't get it.
carrying anybody,
Yeah, neither should Valis.
but he is, and that's where we're at.
I'm gonna mark on the map where you guys are now. All right.
It's
We're-
literally been just because of bad rolls that we
Yeah,
are
By the way,
here.
we're gonna frequent this place so often it's gonna be known as the alcove. We're gonna
Yeah.
like name it.
Mhm.
It'll be a small outpost here.
Now, roll me, one of you, whoever's in front, roll me a survival.
Good luck, Valis. That's what I got.
Wait.
I got the feats.
Yep.
10.
10.
Very neutral of you.
How neutral of you. Okay. There doesn't seem to be anything in this alcove at the moment.
Wonderful.
That was vicious typing.
Mhm.
GD. I assume you guys try and get comfortable. Like, what do you
So,
do
ha-
here?
Fine,
So
comfortable.
how big is this alcove?
Not big at all.
Okay.
You
So there's nothing here.
it's basically like similar to the spot you found that guy in, just not as nice on the road.
Okay.
So it's some shelter from the wind, and if you lit a fire, it would be visible, most likely, as long as there was clear sky. Not that
Well, we shouldn't
shouldn't
have a
not that
problem
you
with
could.
that.
Yeah. You could obviously try to like seal the cave off somehow so that the light wouldn't get out as much. You could bury it in snow. You could put stuff on there. You could try and use fabric. There's all kinds of things you could do to try and hide the fire, though you risk the chance of smothering yourselves with smoke. There's things you can do.
The classic Alu move.
So you lay Z down, I assume.
Yes.
You guys are exhausted. You're feeling the cold. Feels like shit. Valis feeling it less than Sane.
Mhm.
What do you do to try and help Z?
Definitely going to take the winter clothes off that he has and try to make some kind of like bedding out of it for Z.
Okay. So Valis taking their stuff off to try and cozy up Zolphanis. Got
Whoa, wait. I have extra clothes.
The bloodstained ones that I used the last time.
I mean, that and some more.
You
Well,
use
there's
those as a
acquired things.
use those as a blanket or something.
Should we get a fire going?
I'm going to certainly try. I'm going to see if I can't find any wood around.
see if any of you guys have equipment for making a fire in your stuff. Any
mean,
I mean,
Boxes,
I have a
kindling-y stuff.
tinderbox and
That is what
such.
you need to make a fire.
I mean, does that also have like wood and all that for the fire itself?
You also look through
I thought it
mine.
was just the.
Nah, it's a tinderbox. It comes with kindling, quite a bit of kindling, if I recall correctly, flint and steel, some other things.
Okay, but not enough to make a lasting fire.
It will start a fire. It will burn at least some warmth. The other advantage is you have some shelter from the wind. Otherwise, it would do nothing. If that makes sense. So you could start a very small fire with this.
You can get the fire going. I can try covering the entrance at that. Shield some of the light.
I mean, just firebolt.
Lights fire. Fire is lit.
Yep.
Other thing to keep in mind, if you have any torches in your supply kits, you could throw those in to burn if you wanted to have the fire go a little better. Anything that's flammable, you can burn.
Quickly.
I give permission to look through my things if you choose to do so, because
Ah,
I do
fucked
have.
up.
I do.
Valis will do so. He would be looking for anything that will help with the fire.
Okay.
Nice. Oh, what is this? A book? Diary?
You
Reads-
wish I had a diary.
Yeah, roll an investigation to go through their stuff real quick, Valis.
19.
Damn.
Goddamn.
So what do they find? Obviously another tinderbox. But what else do they find in there, Z?
You find like some hunting traps. You find a couple of torches, some rations, some water skin, all the standard stuff you would expect somebody of my position to have with me. But with that 19, you also find in there what seems to be to you a drinking horn of some kind. And it's very simple. It looks like it's made from the horn of some kind of animal. No, I'm not gonna shush. You fucking
Uh
no. Said my bow is flammable. Which, yes,
oh. No, Valis would not do that.
Pretty good. Holy
you
shit,
did.
good.
Oh my god.
I messaged you, not them.
I
But it is
know.
funny. I was like, heh.
No. But, so the drinking horn, and it's polished to a high shine, and it looks really old. One side there is a small black mark on it that maybe looks, I don't know, something. It's just a black streak on the side. But you can see around the bottom and the top there's a couple thin bands of gold, and then carved around the rim are 4 names written in Elven, which I will message you those names, and you recognize one of them because you saw it on Z's bow, which is the name Hecator. And you also find all of his carving things that you've seen him use before. You find 5 of them.
Also,
And then
carvings in the fire. No, I did not.
Oh
I was just gonna say the hatchet handle could burn, the tinder, some wood blocks he was carving.
You find the cardinal carving that he's been working on.
Yeah.
It was a cardinal.
No, he knows what the carvings means to Zephyr.
Yeah.
Now it's ash.
Now it's nothing.
Okay.
And then, like I
But
said, I'll
he would
message you those names.
He would set the tinderbox and the torches off to the side, and then put, if that's all of it, then he would just put it all back in the bag.
Cool. Sane, what's your strat for trying to get some more shelter / maybe not have the light glow as much?
Probably trying to pack some snow up and around the entrance.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the primary strat. Like,
Yep.
block enough of that to make a visual barrier and also a physical barrier.
I'd say the
So
other
it's-
thing, I'll just throw you a bone. You could also like just hang some of those clothes over the
Yeah.
edge if you could attach them. You have some means of doing that.
He's got plenty of means to do that. Okay.
So the main thing
Yeah.
I'm gonna have you roll for, Sane, is just like how you doing, bud.
Not well, but
yeah.
let's see how not well.
Yeah.
Another con save?
Yeah, it's gonna be just a combo. It's a con save and another athletics. Moving snow is hard.
Yes, it is. All right, athletics will be a 13.
Okay. You
Con
get the snow
save
moved.
will be a natural 20.
Nice.
So
This is kind of his last burst of adrenaline before he's gonna collapse.
Like tank and crash.
yeah.
Just angrily packing snow.
Come on, roll 20. There we go. So yeah, you get the snow moved up. You get a nice little snow fort ring. You get really focused on just got to get this done, and then I can relax by that fire. I can hear it crackling. You get some of these clothes like kind of strung together, somehow attached around this thing, whether you use pittons or just knock them into whatever. It doesn't matter too much, but you get some type of decent visual barrier. Oh goodness. And yeah, you don't get another level of exhaustion, so that's really good. you feel like it's that point where you're like, you don't even feel it anymore. You're like, yep, I am exhausted, and I'm just gonna keep going, and it's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna keep going. You get this fire put together. Z is all snugged into the bed you guys put together. Sana, you rejoin Valis, who just finished like packing up their bag, kind of how they found it somewhat.
Gonna
Sophanis,
wake up and be like, "Who the fuck touched my things?"
Sophanis raspily breathing, groaning in pain in this sea of blackness that is their consciousness right now.
Big yikes.
Anything else you guys do, or do you just kind of settle in and try and get some kind of rest while tending to Z?
Yes. Settle in. Yeah, Sane is settling in, probably.
So here's my question. Are you going to try and get a short rest of some type, or are you guys going for the full long rest here? Alu knows how I do things. The longer you stay in one place out in the wilderness, the more likely something might find you. And you guys would have that common sense. Not to say that it would happen or would not happen either way, but that's one thing I'll just be explicit about. If you're resting out in a dangerous, precarious area, there's a chance something might stumble into you. So do you want to rest for 1 or 2 hours, or the full long rest?
What's the party want to do?
I'm saying a full long
Unconscious
rest
or
because
otherwise.
we're here to get Zilphi back up, which is a long rest.
Yeah.
That's only like 4 hours for me.
Yeah.
Because I'm an elf. Damn it.
Let's get you 2 long rests then.
I'll take it.
That's
Please and
my
thank you.
vote as a player. And also Sane leaning up against the wall.
So here's what we're gonna, if you think this is fair, which I think it's fair, the plan is to rest until Zilphanis basically wakes up, and can,
He wakes up.
yeah, if he wakes, coma time. So Z, I'm gonna have you roll me a con, and this will be essentially, okay, so you don't wake up early, but you didn't like horribly crit fail. You rolled an 8 with your con save. So what I'm thinking is you get your 4 hours of rest.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to
We're
think.
not on rest time. We're on recovery time.
Hold on.
It's a longer road by far.
It was the most expensive room we've ever paid for that we will not use.
You know
Oh, yeah.
what? Hey, At least we're not shopping.
You know, almost think I'd prefer that. Without the threat of death.
Going to
Bingo.
haggle for my companion's life. I
May I talk to
bartered,
death, please?
I bartered 2 levels of exhaustion. You're gonna have 3 if you try to be all sneakerty about it. 2 levels exhaustion and no more.
If you guys wait another 4 hours here, at least 1 level of exhaustion will be taken from you two, because you'll have got a long rest in. What I'd like to say reasonably is at the end of 4 hours, you like crack your eyes open from their like frosty crustiness. There's maybe even like blood on your face. Who knows? I'm gonna give you a lingering injury because I think it makes sense. Internal injury. Whenever you make attempted an action in combat, make a DC 15 con save. On a failed, you lose your action and can't.
Or if I
Reaction.
spend 10 days.
10 days doing nothing but resting, or
Oh,
until you
God.
receive some magical healing.
Lordy. Okay.
I think I want to bring that DC down from 15 though. I think that's a little high. That's
That's
just the,
really high.
that's the vanilla DC.
Pretty nutty. Congratulations, you do nothing
Yeah,
for the rest of your life.
that's the vanilla
Yep.
DC, which
Got stabbed, so I mean,
This is true, I did, yeah.
I wouldn't feel too keen in combat.
Mm-mm.
I'll take
I feel like that's fair. I'll take it.
3 off of it, so it's a DC 12.
12.
Doable.
Mainly because it wasn't like you. It was luck that did this. Bad luck. It wasn't a horrible player
Yeah.
decisions for the most part. It was just the
With my party
ungodly,
member.
evil luck. So change that DC to a 12, but the condition remains if that's fine by you.
Yeah.
Um.
I mean, is it? No. But will I take it? Yes.
Okay.
Well
And with,
said.
With that,
I'm gonna put this in my features and traits for now.
Only a
Yeah.
wayward paladin and cleric were just.
but yeah, Z, you're conscious? Question mark.
Oh no.
Might I sit up?
You definitely sit up. Probably won't feel good at all.
Probably should.
I'd like to try at least.
Sure. You can sit up. It feels awful. You are aware of your internal injury right now.
Yeah, it was like got one hand pressed to it, like just kind of sitting there, like God.
Zolfana, fuck, Valis probably sees you get up. Lay back down. No,
I don't want to lay down.
lay back down. We're gonna be here a little bit longer.
Fine. Slowly lay back down. Don't say anything. Just lay there.
Lay down, or we're gonna put you down, old man.
Yeah.
Just kind of like, I don't know, look at the wall, like, kind of like hazy eyes. Just, I'm there. Where are we?
A small alcove near where we were before.
What exactly happened?
Well, after I tried to break the spear with my staff, Sonny had well, accidentally pulled it out from your chest.
I see.
And you passed out. And we tried our best to move you.
Stood. we're not any farther from Enchanda, right?
We might be slightly farther in a different direction.
Do you think we can get a refund on that room?
Don't think so.
Jealous. He's joking. He's trying to make a joke, and he just wound up hurting himself.
The jovial
Yup.
blood comes out. Another meta knowledge to players. So, Z, you weren't in a trance. You were just fucked for 4 hours. You could try to take a trance now to get the benefits of a long rest at this point.
I will attempt to so. Yes.
Sounds like the others wanted to get that long rest in too, to try and get their
Sonny's
exhaustion
asleep right
down.
now. That's why I haven't said anything.
But ignore the world. Just
That's...
I'll let you use that con save to just will yourself to sleep in this situation. That's fine. That nat 20 con. Sane's out snoring in this cave thing.
He does this often.
Yeah, I'll try and take that trance if I can.
Any other last back and forths in this awkward situation before you guys finish your rests?
Not really any back and forth, but Valis, he's probably not able to like actually sleep after all of it, but he's resting, but he's not able to like get to sleep. So he's probably thumbing through his book, reading through some of the entries, the drow entries.
One last con save, just to see how beneficial this is.
Okay.
It is a pretty sketchy environment to try and rest in.
18.
That is good. So you will get the benefits of a long rest. You're not sleeping, but you're relaxing. You're staying just alert enough. Cool.
Want me to do the same?
I'm gonna get to you in a second.
Thanks, Gad.
That answer.
Thanks, God.
So first we're gonna go over to Sane. Sane, you willed yourself to sleep. You've done this before. Roll me a wisdom save.
Yes. 5.
Fuck.
It's not the worst dream you've ever had, but would you like to give the start of how this dream would go for Sane? What would Sane probably be dreaming about with a 5 wisdom, or do you want me to just take the reins? Up to you.
With a 5 wisdom, he's been having just nagging fears about how his luck's kind of turned for the worst. Probably would be... Start of the dream would be he came out here on this adventure with his 4 companions, Tom at our side, and very quickly became that Zilphie was injured, replaying it, but instead of Tom being there to kind of protect us, like he was cut down almost immediately. Sane being completely powerless to help him, just like, oh god, this is terrible luck. Like Zilphie catches a spear in the stomach, panic, it's like shit's going to hell.
So you're just having like a replay of all this bad luck and having this feeling of like, why has fortune left me, kind of thing.
Yes, it's all compounding. Probably hears laughter of thirsting gods. It swears at the sky.
I bought the perfume for him.
On top of that, you're having like these haunting feelings of some of your past transgressions against others, or just generally haunting you in your head. Remembering, like wondering, like, is this why? Is this why? Why?
Yeah.
What was the cause of this downfall of my luck? I thought I was doing okay. I was keeping ahead of this. What the heck? Why didn't my daggers fly true? Why couldn't I cut a simple spear? And you just keep having this.
My friend.
Exactly.
And it culminates into this vision of this wicked creature of like a gnoll mixed with a yeti mixed with a badger or with a weasel, just all of it together, this horrible white abomination of fur, claws, and teeth, and you throwing all these knives, and they're all just whizzing away and off of and not hitting this thing. Just Sylvanas, we're gonna do a wisdom save for your trance.
17.
17.
Nice.
It's the thing I'm good at.
Being
So-
injured,
Yes,
Yes.
that too.
Actually,
taking it like a champ.
Sylvanas, this is not the first time you have been skewered, stabbed, shot, cut,
First time, yeah.
and had to just will yourself to survive and recover as quickly as you can. What type of things would you meditate about and visualize as Sylvanas to try and get through this and propagate healing for yourself? What does Sylvanas see, hear, smell, taste in their little visions?
He would probably be remembering, like, or at least trying to remember, like, why he does what he does, and that, you know, his service was not coming from a place of self-sacrifice necessarily. That makes sense.
So you're remembering some of those like early 10 years of training where you and your mentor actually accomplished some things together, seemingly made a difference, overcame some adversity. Is that what you're kind of talking about a bit?
Yeah, and maybe even remembering earlier than that.
Kind of what drove you this way a bit? So
And
some,
remembering why he is doing what he is doing, yeah.
Yep. So trying to remember your drive, replay some of that. Remember more recent things that drive Sylvanas, some of the actual tangible impact that Sylvanas has had, or at least the tree guides have had with Sylvanas working as well. And you can remember most of those early memories pretty well, and then there is this just lingering void where it's just missing. Okay.
Maybe
Val's,
also
go ahead.
a sprinkling in there of also thinking about the torque and probably Elenestra too. Like, has it for a reason, kind of a thing. So,
Maybe it was meant to come into your hands in some way. Who knows? And the memory of that poor little Theory falling down the avalanche screaming. But yeah. Valis, what are you reading?
He's probably rereading the entries about the drow that had saved Bryn Shander.
Okay. So reading about Tiago Bienri. Those little notes you had about the front gate.
Yeah.
What does that make Valis feel like? What is this doing for him?
So he's reading through it and he's feeling amazed at the power of this drow, and eventually, like he wishes to have this type of power to where he can save people, and then he just looks over at Sylvanas and he just thinks to himself, I can't even save a fucking friend.
Let alone a town.
How am I gonna have that kind of power?
Yep. Roll me a history check as well, real quick.
Okay. 16.
During that kind of revelation that you're having, there's that image of Aline Harple popping up as well. Just this, oh, you little baby, study up. Just echoing this kind of almost, I mean, it's definitely condescension, but almost pity. Not quite pity, but just...
Oh, that's rough.
Yep.
That's just echoing through your mind as well. As she turns with her 6 kobolds and cool snowy owl, like nothing. Walking around, other people getting out of their way. And then you're starting to remember, like, you didn't even really see the statue. So you're just trying to imagine what they described. Like this, it's almost like your own glorified manifestation of this drow. And though they said it was a different name than your favorite drow, you're probably like projecting this like memory from long ago onto the front of their like, just them there, 15 feet tall, killing a Baylor. Fuck yeah.
Yep.
So half rereading their notes, then going off into their head over and over.
Into not good thoughts.
Yep. So now what I'm going to do is have Sane roll me a survival check for how well that camo turned out.
16.
Woo! That is a good survivee.
You know, if Sonic can do one thing right, it's hiding.
I can hide inside whenever I want to, okay?
Like, if there's one thing.
Amazingly, you guys managed to spend 8 hours undisturbed in this cave thing, alcove. Amazingly. Congrats. So,
Thanks.
Sylphanus, you have the benefit of a long rest, though you have your lingering injury with a DC 12. Sane, Valis, you both have the benefits of a long rest, so you can remove 1 level of exhaustion. Sane, you still have 1. I believe.
Correct.
And time has definitely passed.
Yeah.
And Sylphanus, you're feeling a lot better. You have that, you feel like something's wrong, right?
Yeah.
Something's wrong, but you're okay. Like you like if the way you were trained, you'd even like finish a mission like this, like, oh fuck, okay, we'll get there, it'll be fine. If I see someone who might be helpful, I might ask them to help me, but you know, like, are you a healer?
Oh,
Fix this.
he's fixing me.
But yeah, that all makes sense to everybody.
Man.
All right. I'll say, Valis, you probably kept that fire going the whole time. That supplies the torches, the tinder boxes. You probably even burnt one of the boxes to keep that fire going.
How many supplies did I use up?
Let me look at... You probably used the kindling up, if that makes sense, because you didn't have any other wood.
So my tinderbox is gone.
Do you want to have burned the box? That's my other question. To keep the fire going a little better. Otherwise, it'd probably be a chilly end of the rest. Up to you.
I mean, yeah, I'll get rid of my tinderbox.
Okay. So yeah, your box is gone. You still have like your flint and steel that you could just tuck away somewhere. You burnt the box. You burnt your torches. Burnt your kindling. Probably even like the cloth with oil. Just like burned.
Burn, bitch, burn.
You burnt Sylphanus' kindling, but did not burn their box because you probably would think that's rude as Valis. And the torches are all gone. Those were turned into fire.
Okay. Both mine and Sylphanus'.
Yeah. How many you guys didn't have too many, right?
I had 10.
I think I had like 1.
10 torches. That's a decent amount. They're not super thick usually. Let me check Z's sheet.
Yeah, I have 1.
Okay. Z had 1 torch. You had 10. Let's do a roll here.
Technically, Sane has a tinderbox as well. But, I mean...
You burned through 5 of your torches if you had 10.
Okay.
Plus C's torch and yada yada. Sane, you conked and nobody dug through your stuff, from what I can tell. So
Nice!
at least somebody has some goodies. So, what now? Actually, I should do a quick check-in. How are you guys doing as players? Would you like to continue, or do you want to stop here?
To the sled!
It's like I want so badly to get to the part with Helg.
Mm-hmm.
That was all I wanted this session.
To the sled!
Yeah, to the sled. Although,
Or, yeah.
You have a choice before you, as a party. Do
Really
you
is.
abandon your quest and go back to Bryn Shander, or do you try and go and find this sled, follow through with what you told the dwarves, including the shopkeeps, what you guys were going to do? You got reputation and physical reward, both in discounts and gems, or you will maybe increase your chances of short-term survival by not pursuing this. What do you guys want to do? Talking character.
I'd say we do it because we're already halfway there.
Big
Yeah.
venture, nothing gained.
Exactly. To the sled.
If nothing else, I had a pretty nice meal before we came out here. And look at the bright side.
Mhm.
If we make it back, I'll have an even nicer meal.
Before we kind of set off, I would actually give both of you a hug, and not say anything. Just do it and very firm pats on the shoulder, and then kind of like pack up and get ready to go.
Dog.
Alice would most definitely return the hug,
So I
as
probably-
he probably has not hugged you since the last time.
Hair
You
thing,
were
yeah.
almost
When I was like,
Mhm.
"Shit, you're touching me."
probably gives a
Mhm.
pretty. Sai gives an awkward half hug back, like clap
Oh
on the
no!
thigh.
Oh no!
Clap on the thigh, like
Yeah. All right. Zophanis, it's not hard for you guys to get back on the trail of
the lab.
it
So-
was pretty clear description of where to go. You guys
Make
can
it
kind
hard
of
if you roll a
backtrack
one.
Do
roughly
not!
roughly.
I will hurt you.
You know, if we backtrack, Sane is going to be keeping an eye out for his boot knife.
Okay. That's going to be a high DC.
I
And
mean, it'd be
just-
on the
just
knoll.
Wait. Just wait. Oh, you didn't hit the knoll.
No, it bounced off his spear and then fell at the knoll's feet, so it'd be
It-
by the knoll.
I know where it's at
You-
because I
you-
drew where it landed, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. If you, all right. Here's my question, Sane. Do you ask to go directly back to where the knoll was? Like I'm assuming that's kind of your beacon to pick up where you were, right? Trying to
Yep.
find the wisdom.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. If we're starting back off from where we were, yeah, the knoll, pretty good beacon.
It's not too hard for you guys to get back over there. You find the mound where the knoll has been buried in snow. Now, you did not see exactly where it glinted off to, but you can
Oh,
roll
did
me an
not.
investigation at disadvantage because you're literally searching blind in the snow right now.
14.
Ooh. My initial DC was pretty high. I think
Found
I
this
want to stick.
sizable rock.
I think I want to stick to. The
Can I have like
DC.
a nice rock instead?
Sure. You found a rock that you thought was your knife. Your boot knife is gone. I'm sorry.
Don't worry, I've already
It's a DC
Replaced.
17 to find a boot knife
Don't-
under
don't
hours
worry.
of snow.
I've replaced the boot knife with sizable rock.
Good old
It's
improvised weapon in my hands here. Got it.
It's got a good heft to it.
And then you guys pick up where you had left off, heading towards Kelvin's Cairn from that location.
Yeah.
Sound good?
Can we walk another hour?
Less than. It's like 45 minutes or less away. So, you guys are following it, and it gets a little hilly the farther out from Bryn Shander you get. Not huge hills, but some ups and downs. Then you kind of come over the crest of one snow-covered ridge, and there is a clear scene of a frozen torso with legs of a dwarf. Dismembered corpse kind of in this small gully in front of you. Snow covers some of the gory bits. You can definitely see they weren't lying. A blizzard did pass through, but they are kind of exuded from the snow. The blizzard you guys were just in was not that far north. And yeah, the severed limbs are visibly sticking out, like kind of far away from the body in either direction. And there's tracks in the snow all around the corpse, and the telltale grooves of snow left behind by a sled.
If I look around, do I see anything that is distinctly Yeti-shaped?
Roll me a survival check.
What's up with that mound over there, Gia? Let's see.
23.
Jeez. All right, Tracker McTracky. So
Yeah.
Tracker McTracky. I mean,
every time you find like dead bodies and stuff, you're like, "Fuck it, I'm on this." Sherlock Holmes is gonna paint the picture.
Yeti came through here.
So
One clean blow to the back of the head.
here's what you discern by like from afar, Zilphanos. You can just tell somehow with your sorry. You keep doing this. So
I do.
It
Do I get a
looks-
feat for it?
maybe. Let's see if this keeps going. See how many natties you can squeeze in here. But it looks like the Yeti ripped this dwarf's arms off from behind, surprising them, bit their head off, and then kind of carried their arms around, chewing on them before it threw them away and went to chew on their internal organs, ripping their guts out with their teeth. So they ate the soft bits of this dwarf from the belly.
Pretty surprising.
But besides that, there's no Yeti tracks, because a blizzard came through and covered said Yeti tracks. That being said, there are little tracks around, little snowshoe tracks, all around the body of what probably is Ubak. Fuck, your roll's so high.
Yeah. 18 on the die.
What's that cart?
Not just are these tracks small, they're, again, little snowshoes. You can catch some little telltale signs of some of the craftsmanship of it, and it looks like maybe some kind of goblinoid make. There's some like sharp little toenails even sticking into the snow in some spots. And it looks like these maybe 6-ish goblins or so, maybe a little less, maybe a little more. It's a little hard because they're like doing this around it. They took the sled going south.
Like, towards Bryn Shander or towards...
Yeah, fucking right.
So, to give you an idea, I'm going to draw it on the map real quick. Let me go over here.
Sure, north is...
So I'm going to draw a little bit. So imagine this is Bryn Shander. This squiggle here, right? And then you guys... Do you see it? The red squiggle? Yep. So if that's Bryn Shander, you guys went like this. Calvin's Cairn's like over here. And then you took shelter like here. And then came back to here. Went up a little bit more. And the tracks are heading this way.
Ah, I see.
So east of town, heading south. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd definitely say something about that. The 6 goblins.
And the tracks
Looks
are,
like 6 goblins.
tracks are recent.
Yeah. Oh. It may not be too far. These are recent tracks. About 6 of them. It looks like they took off with the sled.
What was it?
Goblins.
Well, the good news is we don't have somebody here that'll want to try and adopt him. If we strike quick, efficiently, we might be able to scare some of them off. Hit him hard, hit him fast, get out. They're not exactly the bravest of sorts.
No, they're not. Well,
Let's get this over with and get back to town.
How many?
6 by my count.
There are some hills and rises. We might be able to get the drop on them if we're careful. It is.
Let's take her.
And yeah, with the DC-23, it's like in the past hour these tracks were made, like very, very recent. So, okay, so sounds like you guys are going to try and close the gap pretty quickly. Z, roll me another survivee for this gap closing. Actually, do it with advantage, because you rolled a 23 survival to follow tracks. It's not hard to see where the hell they're going. It's more of, are you going to be, like, yeah, just do it. Roll me a survival advantage. 17, that's plenty. You're good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Sylphie, you wouldn't happen to have anything else I could throw, would you?
Let me get Tom out of here because he doesn't exist. Cool.
Nightmares, he's still here.
I suppose I have this. Hold out the fish knife that I picked up from the one caravan.
I'm trying to figure out how I want to have this show up.
I'm not sure how well you can throw something like this, but found it if you'd like to use it.
Well enough, I can assure you.
I trust you.
Valis, out of his pack. I don't know how you are with hammers, but I have this.
What?
Only the weapon I have.
Yeah, it kind of looks like,
Hands you a hammer. Nice. Okay.
What's
Now,
back in his pack?
did I move you guys here? I did. Cool. So, where are my goodies?
you know what? Throwing hammer.
Throwing hammer. You guys come over a bluff, and you can see a little far away. They haven't noticed you. That much is clear. 6 goblins struggling with their little snowshoes to try and drag this this sled covered in iron and other things through the snow. As Ilphanus described. All of you roll me a perception check. There is something glowing a little bit farther away down below the bluff. Anybody who cares to see.
Oh, I care to see.
Seeing is pretty important sometimes.
15 for
Not
Valis.
to Sane, though.
19.
Sane sees goblin targets.
Yes, like 6 of
That
them.
looks pretty spicy right there. So over the bluff, can you see the... Josh,
Yep.
You see the glowies, right? Over here?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is the site that you guys see. It's this
Why?
kind of... it's a wood and bone wagon of goblin make, or at least repurpose, being pulled, or not actually moving right now, but there are 2 polar bears attached to it who seem unhappy, to say the least. But yeah, there's this kind of goblin make 2-tower wagon cart with a few like chute holes in the top level with some type of fire burning to keep them warm. And the angle of approach, it looks like these 6 goblins are trying to drag their sled to that. Everyone roll me initiative. Make sure you select your tokens. Just to be clear, you guys have the drop on these folks right now.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
We tell
I
technically have a surprise round and the drop on them.
So,
Good, because
Get
I
that.
rolled a 1 for my initiative.
Yeah, you're gonna have negative numbers, but negative numbers still come before people that aren't on initiative right now.
What's up, Joe? What were you asking me, sir?
So the ring warden feature the bonded ring staff.
Okay.
Do I technically have that at the moment because we have the ring bound staff from the
Um,
feet? Do we want to lump that together or?
Let me just take a peek at your sheet here, just so I don't misspeak real fast.
Because I didn't know if we wanted to say go ahead.
You have that. You have that staff. You have the rings on it. Yes,
Yeah.
for
okay.
sure.
Okay.
And
I just wanted to double check that.
yes, yeah, that is something that you have. That's why you took the feat. We just kind of said, "Yep, you got it. It's working. It's a thing." Sound good?
Cool. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
So let me do this. Let me fix their little sheeties here. I don't want to always roll advantage ever. I also like to roll publicly a lot of the time. It's more fun for me. All right, Goblin Initiative, natural 1. Awesome.
Excellent.
Somehow a worse natural 1 than Z.
God for my decks.
Cards are bad luck. Everybody knows this.
Oh my goodness.
Couch sleds are terrible luck.
Let me just do another couple things here. Don't mind me.
Oh, we do mind you.
No.
No, ignore me.
Ta-da. Change this sheet. And to just me. Okay. And then last but certainly not least, invalid. Okay. Good. Let's try that again. Cool. That probably went public. Oh well, we'll just leave it there. I'll skip over it. Okay. Oh, and one more. Cool. So top of the round is Valis. Valis, you guys have the drop on these goblins. You're about 120 feet away from them right now. You have slight high ground as they're kind of going down a little bit of a low path to try and get to that wagon from far away. What do? What's your opener?
So opener, he's going to back up to try not to be seen by the goblins, and he's going to thrust his staff into the air and cast Bless on the 3 party members.
Okay. You guys are blessed. Go ahead and check that box on your sheets.
Nice.
For 1 minute, you guys have a D4 you can add onto attacks or saves. Dope.
God, because
Finally.
I'm gonna
Fucking
need
food.
Sane.
Alright. Sane is going to be aiming for first this goblin right here.
In the back.
Yep.
Okay.
Gonna kiss his dagger really quick. This is going to be the fisherman knife you just handed him. Gonna
Got it.
whisper for good luck, and because this is surprise, would I have advantage?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
they're like, imagine these goblins are like all their might, like 45 degrees, trying to drag
Oh.
this thing
Yeah.
with snowshoes. They are not looking behind them right now. They're just trying to move. And it's just like,
Alright. This is going to be a sharpshooter shot on this first one.
okay, -5 on your roll.
Yep, so. There we go. So does 13 hit this boy right here?
Did you put your bless on there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Oh yeah, it counted
It's
it out.
in-
So 13. Cool.
Oh, 'cause of the-
All the months. My brain.
Yeah, it's kind of weird looking.
Mhm.
That was the first time adding all those things together like that.
A 13 does not. Oh, actually, he does not have a shield on right now. A 13
I-
matches.
I would really hope he didn't have a shield.
He does not have a shield on while he's pushing this thing, so technically that shot does hit. Roll
But
damage.
you know what? Technically, I'm gonna roll damage.
Get it.
Technically,
That
he's
is going to
probably dead.
be 19. Wait,
Shit.
hold on.
You just headshot this guy.
Yes, yeah, that's gonna be 19.
Yeah, so you throw your knife from back there, just like, it's a fun saying, it's Fisher knife, just like, and it goes whistling through the air. It's not an aerodynamic knife. It's not made to be thrown, but you made it work. It's like a flaying knife, but you throw it with so much force and just like, fuck these goblins, that you pop his damn head off. Just
Yes.
and
Yes.
just like a little blood spurt as he just like falls over in place limp. That goblin's dead. Super
so.
fucking dead.
And now he's gonna pull out his skinning knife, and as a bonus action, give it a little kiss and toss it this boy over here.
Just to clarify, no sharpshooter this time.
No, we're going 2 for 2. He's using sharpshooter again.
Okay.
Welcome.
Sharpshooter again. So roll yet again.
Sharpshooter, give me a match. Put
Um,
down my foe.
14?
The fuck? Such a weird
14.
combo.
It's 14 out of 14.
I
Okay.
love this.
So,
He does not have a shield either. So yeah. 20 damage. Cool. You
Edit, yes.
So this one you throw it, and which knife was this?
this was the skinning knife. He
Okay.
is skinned.
I should have described these backwards, but I'm gonna just stick with it. Anyways, so this one you throw, and like you like wait until he like leans really far in to his push, like is turning to see like what the fuck is happening next to me right now. You throw it, it slides under his armpit, through the ribs, out the other side. Just like you just hear the knife like hit the wagon. Like not the wagon, the sled, just dink. And this guy just falls over completely dead. Like your knife went through him, blood's just pouring out. They're fucked.
All right. And with that, Sane will probably be ducking a bit behind the bluff, just concealing himself while he pulls out a couple more knives. Like, that's his go. That's my go.
Okay. So, Zophanis, describe to me what your opener would be for the surprise round, and then we'll decide what the natural one does. Don't
Okay.
worry, the goblins rolled a natural one as well. So,
Yeah, I know.
Which I feel like that natural one with the previous rounds happenings.
this is going to be interesting.
I would probably carefully line up to take a shot at that guy right there.
Okay. So you've got your shot. It's hard to breathe. It's hard to be steady. Fire with advantage and roll me that con save.
You want the con save before or after?
Probably roll the
I
con save
want
before.
I want you to fire with advantage first. I want the
very-
arrow to fly.
You know? Fair. Holy fucking shit.
God
27?
damn.
Okay, now roll me the con save.
Heels over. Slaps into the snow.
That's all I had in me.
Awesome. 7. Okay. So
Oh, I don't actually, that's not including my bless. I have to check it 2 different times, I guess.
Yes.
Bless went in there. it added on. You rolled max bless die on top of your archery style fighting. So
No. On my con save.
Oh yeah, put the bless on there. So roll a d4.
I didn't realize
Just-
I needed to check it twice.
even if you got a 4, it's not gonna hit 12. Just so you know.
No,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not enough. So
but it could be almost enough.
what I'd like to describe happening, because I think this is hilarious, is you're loosing your shot, and just as you're starting to let go, your normal like fluid motion, you just like have that horrible pain happen.
Yeah.
You fire wide, and you hit, but not who you're aiming at all. You fire way over the bluff. Roll damage.
What? No.
Oh
Confusing.
no.
And there's a scream from down the hill. Down here. Let me shift.
Fuck. Oh no.
That's bad.
And Zophanis, you can see your arrow protruding out of one of the little slots on the bottom level of this goblin thing. You just like domed a goblin in this wagon. He's fucking dead. You killed him. With a straight arrow, just right into the head. He's
Yeah,
dead.
at least it isn't that bad.
So you kill that goblin, and then you fall prone, because that fucking hurts. I think that's more fun than just canceling your action that time.
Okay. Like
so,
it.
let me just put a dead goblin in this wagon.
I feel a little bad. He's just minding his own business in his cool.
He was
Polaroid
just
wagon, got me
back there
fucked.
like, what is going... Dead.
To be fair, that's pretty scary.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes, that's awful.
Do you have elven
You
accuracy?
see that far, just
No.
somehow.
Um,
My
It's
elven
just
accuracy
dawning on
is
me
like,
how silly that would be.
you don't have yet.
I don't remember how to be an elf yet.
okay.
They took it from me.
I rolled for what these guys do. None of them rolled terribly on their wisdom saves. They did get that nat 1 initiative. So instead of retaliating, they're just gonna pull out their shields and like cower and huddle together and try and take cover behind this cart, this wagon,
Shield.
this sleigh. So yeah, they're just scrambling and
Group
getting
that
their
slays
shields
together.
out and like
Stays together.
you don't have a surprise round anymore, but these goblins are not they're not doing well. Valis,
Light him up.
it's not for
Light
you,
him up.
but
Light him up.
Yep. Valis just steps over, waves his staff in the air, and just finger guns.
finger gun fire.
And on top of just the finger guns, he's going to just channel more of the fiery energy through the staff.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to use the ring bound bits of it. Or not! And
Aw.
miss entirely.
So, you fire, and like you thought your shot was true, but it just like hits one of the shields, and the shield's just like smoldering. But the goblin's okay. The shield's like.
Yep.
Hope that's fine. Anything else, Valis?
I don't have any bonus action spells, so no.
All right,
He's like, fuck! And then ducks back down.
cool. And then moving forward, let me know when you're done. Sane.
All right. Sane's gonna pull out this throwing hammer. He's never thrown a throwing hammer before, but technically, these are thrown weapons. So it's like throwing a knife. Let's see if we can get through that shield. We're not sharpshootering it because we're not that cheeky right now.
Okay.
Were when we had the drop.
Yes. So he's just gonna chuck this hammer.
Similar to what happened. Yeah, you rolled an 11 with the bless. Similar to what happened with the flame. It goes flying, bounces off one of the shields with a thunk, and
And bonus action, he's gonna chuck a bone knife.
okay, throw away.
Hot damn.
You see, the hammer was just to get the shield out of the way.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Ah, 6. This
So-
little buddy here.
Yeah, you lob that that hammer. They like deflect it, kind of push up a bit against it, and then you like throw it. It hits him right in the hip with your dagger. In a vital area, like more of the groin than the hip, in a chink in the
Probably
armor.
bleed out eventually.
Yeah, a screech of pain. They fall over.
That's my go.
They might be dying.
Duck back behind the bluff.
Alrighty. One second here.
Probably get all down. Ah, I see. We're back to season 3, are we?
What are you talking about, dog? So
Ah, so it is.
over here,
Oh no.
this all these sides I haven't even described anything yet. Jeeg.
Oh no!
So this goblin, and Zilphanos, you can see it pretty clearly from your prone position with your earlier perception. Anybody else who wants to try and figure out what's going on, I'll just describe. You can see you're in combat. They're not that far. It's a clear day. This one-eared goblin female climbs up on top, all the way up on top of this wagon, and they're standing there just holding a torch and watching with this some type of bird or something on their shoulder. And then you
That's
see some other
fair.
commotion of another couple goblins kind of climbing up on top of this wagon as well.
You're 240 feet, sucker. No.
So they stand up there, and right now they're just watching. Z, you're prone. What's up?
I'll get up.
Half movement gone.
Yeah, and we're gonna line up. Second shot.
Okay.
Would I perceive Gal, who just stood on top of the van or the cart, whatever thing, to be more of an immediate threat than these folks over here?
You don't even have to roll. They're far away. They're not coming towards you. They basically climbed up there, like, what in the fuck is happening?
What is happening?
You
Then I'm
could,
gonna-
if you want more than that, you could roll perception mixed with insight, but
Not doing anything yet. So
honestly,
I'll
nobody's
go-
really a threat right now. Let's be honest.
Go ahead.
Let's keep it
Line
that
up-
way.
line up a shot for that man right there.
Okay. Fire. And roll your con first this time.
I was gonna say.
Nah. You draw your bow. Oh! And just groan over in pain.
Useless. Okay, that's the end of my turn.
Okay. You have bonus actions you could use. Not saying you should, but perfect.
No, I'm. You kidding me?
Hunter's mark. Screw.
If I can't shoot, what's the fucking point?
If you've got anything else I could throw.
Want my arrows? As I'm just like clutching my stomach. Dying here.
Oh my goodness. Let's see. Dun-dun-dun-dun. All right. So this one is going to try and get up over on this wagon. They drop their shield. And let me do one more roll here. Yeah, okay. They're going to try and fire back at I think Sylvanas, you're the most in the open right now, and you're tall.
Probably.
Yeah,
Oh, boy.
so they're gonna fire at you. 13 does not hit, I don't
Me.
think. Or is that your AC?
Nope. There's one below.
Yep. So they fire a crossbow bolt feebly. It kind of just falls into the snow somewhere behind you, and then they fall over.
That hurts.
Oops. They fall over. rotate them. There we go.
Rotated, kid.
And just let me press it, and they're dead. There we go. So,
Ah!
and
Missed my shot.
these other two finally take a moment to kind of assess where the fire is coming from. They get kind of better cover positions behind this cart, and they're going to all kind of let loose with their little bows and little crossbows. Try and fend ye off real quick. Fire! 20. Fire! 14. Fire! Natural 1. So,
Are they firing at me?
I was gonna do right to left just to be fair. So the 20 would be Z, the 14 would be Sane.
Oh, if they're firing at Sane, they're making a ranged attack. Sane ducked prone. They'd have disadvantage.
I forgot. Slash didn't hear you say you ducked prone. Well, I
Yeah,
can roll.
Sane's
again.
been popping up, throwing stuff, and then moving back on the ridge and getting out of sight.
Okay. Let me do one more roll with that one.
Because fuck that.
13.
Haha! You miss, fool! Lands
That-
in front of Sane.
Yeah,
With a
that-
squeak.
It does. It sinks in like foomp, like underneath you, like grazes your press plate
Yep.
of
Yep,
your
that,
leather armor. Sylphanos, one of these little short bows is gonna land in your damage. Why
That's
is
an ominous amount of damage.
that? That did not work. What the hell?
So I think I got hit by a short bow if the damage is any different, by the way.
God
It
is with
should
me.
be. I'm gonna try and click this one more time. It's not working. Let me just look up what it's supposed to say. I don't know why the goblin's broken.
What the heck?
All right, so it's 1d6 plus 2. I'll just cool. Max.
Yep.
Max
Okay,
damage.
cool.
Every time I attack you, it's max. Oh my god.
Ready to die.
I'm
second
just gonna
time
say he
today.
gut shot you because that would explain the max damage.
What?
He gut shot you with the bow. Why not? Why
We're
not?
just gonna give it a little mix.
Having
Does
a
it's not
horrible-
it's not the same exact spot, but it's in your guts. So God, these so
Pretty cool. That means you've got huge guts.
big guts. And then they kind of like hunker down in trying to take cover behind this cart. Valis.
All right. Going to step up on the ridge and bam, bam. He's gonna try and firebolt again.
Okay. No. Yes. Holy shit. It finally
Yeah.
loaded.
Yup.
Yeah, 26.
Filthy, no!
These goblins had 3/4 cover. Didn't matter. So
See if the calculations did this correctly. 6 plus 2. Yes.
Yep.
So
Nice.
8 points of fire
who are
damage.
you aiming at?
This one.
Okay, yeah. So you hit that one. They're like cowering, and you literally like just the little bit of them that popped up for a second when they turned, just sniped them in the head with fire, and blew the side of their head off with flames, and they die. So they look like Two-Face, but there's less face left.
Yeah. Get fucked.
Singeing.
And Valis will get back behind the bluff and take a note from Sane and go prone.
Okay.
Yeah,
Like,
as you
fuck.
should.
All right. Take some cover.
And that'll be my turn.
Solnay.
Alright, Sane's got his hefty rock.
Prink. Oh my
Fuck.
God.
And he's gonna hefty rock the fuck out of this goblin.
What did
He
you?
picked
That
this
bitch
rock
is
up for a
out.
reason.
What's that attack roll there with your rock?
It's gonna be 6 damage.
You didn't say what you rolled for the attack.
Oh, 25.
Yeah, 25 with blast. So yeah, their 3/4 cover still does not matter at all.
Probably
And-
wait for him to like pop up and then him in the fucking eye.
Yeah, you do that. You hit a guy in the eye. He looks really hurt. Not dead, but really, really hurt. Like their eyeball came out. Like it's just the side of
Fuck.
their face is smashed, their eyes dangling, there's blood pouring down their face, and they're just like on all fours staring at the ground. And let me see. They don't puke from the vestibular shock of that, but they probably
do.
should.
Ah. All right, next question, Cats. If I threw an arrow, if I threw it, what would that be?
not letting you do that very well. It would probably be a disadvantaged improvised weapon, and I would probably it would be bad. But you could try.
You know what? Sana is gonna be looking for a rock. He's gonna go prone and scour the ground.
Okay, that'll be roll an investigation. That'll be the rest of your turn.
Yep, that's my go.
Roll an investi. 11. Nothing great. Like you get like the grape-sized rock. Like you could probably hurt somebody. Like it sting. Like but you're not gonna
Yeah.
kill anyone with that.
Yeah.
From down south, you hear a horn blow. It's more high pitched. It's a goblin horn. It's like,
Yeah.
and the goblin with the bird on their shoulder starts kind of waving a bit with their torch. Z.
Does the horn blowing signal anything to me? Are they retreating? Are they calling reinforcements?
Probably spotted us.
You could roll an insight, probably with disadvantage, I would say.
Assume
Unless
the
you-
worst case scenario.
8.
I mean, like, you don't see a bunch of reinforcements nearby. It could be they're signaling that, like, get the hell out of there. It could be they're signaling you guys. It could be... It's hard to tell. It doesn't seem like they're not, like, charging. Like, the cart isn't moving towards you or anything or turning around. That's about what you can discern with an 8. Make sense?
I'm gonna try and shake off pain.
The
I'm
little
trying.
short bow arrow in your gut.
Just try and fire again. Oh, the Lord.
Who are you aiming at? It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
I'm glad I lowered the DC, but goddamn.
You know, honestly, I was too, but I honestly did not believe that I was ever going to make the DC no matter what. So,
Gotta believe in the heart of the dice.
I don't.
Yugi.
I tell
So-
Yuki.
all right, Kaiba.
Here,
Money's not everything, Zilphinus.
This was my favorite. And now I'm just doubled over in the snow. Like, it hurts so bad.
Yeah, Zilphinus, they're not dying, but they are gut shot with an arrow.
I'd probably, honestly, at this point, just try and move behind the bluff. I'm not gonna be doing anything effective.
Zilphy, pass me the bow.
If you want, yeah, you can like crawl on all fours, and I'll let you. I'll let you like hold out the bow. Sana, you can use your. You have cunning action, right?
No,
Not yet.
but
I thought you did it level
no.
2.
no. That's level 3.
Are you sure,
I-
sir?
Action
on.
is a level 2.
Hold on.
Because that's.
Oh,
why I
wait,
was
no,
letting
you're
you
right, I
all
do.
the Cover. Yeah.
I was
so
like, I know it is because that's the whole reason
I
want
will
to
let
take.
you use your cunning action to take that bow from Zilphinus next round. Does that make
So-
sense?
Gunning. Yeah.
Okay.
Is it possible for me at this point in my turn to like try and pull the arrow out, or no?
Next round.
Stop that.
Next
No.
round.
Shut.
What's this, kid?
Pulling things out. The pull-out method. That's what we should call this session.
Oh no!
That's the perfect
It
title.
Yes.
The pull out method.
It doesn't work. That's ... It doesn't work. Anyways.
The only thing I got though. Come on.
Mhm.
That's too good. So,
Uh-huh.
these These goblins, let me pan over there with the camera. These goblins, one of them with their eyeball hanging out and the side of their head shattered, sorry. I keep grabbing the cart. No, give me the goblin. Move the cart to the map layer.
Art shuffles uneasily.
With a shield held above their head with both hands, this one's going to try and run with their little snowshoes towards the other cart, towards the big wagon. Let me see here. All right. Let me do 2 rolls. Okay. First one, the one that hasn't been hit, is mad dashing. They are doing the sprint to try and get the hell out of here.
Nice.
With their little snowshoes. They are going to... Yeah, they're gonna like run into the wagon. Just straight up slam into the side of it. That's their turn. They run all the way down there. This other one is gonna be slow and steady. They're probably having a hard time walking straight, given the fact they can see 2 different directions at once. But they hold their footing, and they are going to move with their little snowshoes 60 feet to about right chair, with their shield held behind their head with one arm. That is the Gobbies goes. And yeah, that other goblin's just standing up on top, being all ominous, and it comes over to Valis.
Valis will look over the edge, look over at the other 2. Do we go for the wagon? Or go for the sled?
Not yet.
Then Valis is gonna stay prone, and he's going to hold Firebolt and wait for anything to happen on the fucking goblins end. Like,
so just to clarify, because I like held actions to be a little more specific than anything I fire. Hostile action towards you guys.
Yeah, hostile
then
action.
You fire.
Yeah,
okay.
if they start moving towards us.
You
I'll
could
say
just
that.
say
If they
if a
start moving
goblin
towards us.
moves within range.
I mean, depending
Let's do
on
that.
Depending on what feats he has, which I can't remember off the top of my head.
Now watch, we're like, it's 5 sessions later,
just
and
to
we see a
clarify,
goblin come
while
down the
you're
street.
while you're prone, you do have disadvantage on your ranged attack. Just to keep that in mind.
Oh, okay.
You have disadvantage on attack rolls, but people shooting at you have disadvantage to hit you if you're prone. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Just so you know. So you're down there, you're like...
Yep.
Got a
Better safe than
disadvantage
sorry.
already. Cool. Sane.
Sane sees the one on top of the wagon waving a torch, is going to take a bead with this short bow and fire off.
Okay, so you're aiming to hit this person up top. This goblin
Correct.
up top. Okay. What is the effective range of the short bow again?
320 feet, and I have sharpshooter, so I use its maximum without any cover is ignored.
Alrighty. Fire.
But that remains to be seen if I actually hit or not. Also, I had removed the bow from my inventory, so hold on.
You can
I
always
have
just
my bow back.
you can always just
Yep.
click the unequip.
14.
Okay, so you fire from that far, and this shot goes whoosh, and thuds into the cart, like between their legs, into the top of this wagon, not hitting them. And they were waving their torch, and they hand it to the goblin next to them.
Yes. And Sane's gonna duck back behind the bluff and go prone.
Okay.
You should have just let them leave.
We're helping them on their way. If they know we can reach them with arrows from here, that would be encouraging them to move out of arrow range or make a move, right?
I see.
That's my go.
Alrighty. So, Let me see here. Just checking a couple things.
Really sorry, Charlotte. Like, this is just. Guess I'll die. The session.
Should be.
Like, fuck.
You did this to me.
Kind of.
Kind of.
Yes, kind of.
You were the one that jiggled my insides around enough that it.
I will say it is a cascade of poor luck, which
Yeah,
Sane,
pretty much.
Sane will be visiting the perfumer and making tribute to Lady Luck to try and right these wrongs.
Will say, I think this gives Ilphanis first dibs on the bath.
We'll see.
Yeah. Z
We'll
shall deserve it.
see. He
We'll
said,
see.
"Man, covered in blood."
We'll see. Zilfi,
right.
we need to change those wrappings. You need to lay down for a little bit. Just
So here's what happens. Okay?
yeah.
The one out there, the one-eared one that's been waving and blowing the horn, they blow a sharp note on their horn. Like, whoop. Do any of you guys look? Just checking, or are you guys all just like, oh, fuck?
Oh no, yeah, Sane looks.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Val's
Hey,
keeping an
Joel,
eye out.
I'm
Yeah.
still-
And this goblin snatches a crossbow out of the hand of the goblin next to them. With one arm, aims it, and then drops the crossbow off the wagon. And then turns to talk to the other goblins. Sylphanis.
Basically, don't shoot at them anymore. You just hear Sylphanis, like, very much under his breath, like, I'm so fucking tired of being stabbed, and just pulls. He's gonna try and pull the arrow out.
Roll medicine.
Yeah. If I can kill myself this
If you
time.
roll one or really, really bad, it's going to hurt you. I'm just being straight up. This you.
I know.
Watch this, kid.
They shot Z again. I knew it. Sold's bloody arrow dying. Oh my god. What'd you roll?
What the fuck, Charlotte?
What'd you roll? What'd you roll, Charlotte?
God damn it.
What did Sylphanis roll for their medicine check to remove their arrow by themselves during combat?
Not one.
Hold on. That sounds like an action. Roll your cards. Safe to say.
Yeah.
No. That's too good to not.
Jesus. So that title is somebody's got to remind me that the pull-out method does not work. So Sylphanis, you're frustrated, you're flustered, you've been trying to fire your bow and this pain in your gut, and then it's like exacerbated by this arrow that's almost right next to where that spear went through. You grab this shoddy goblin arrow and you yank on it. Roll me athletics with. Yeah, just roll me athletics.
Making me sick
Yeah,
to my stomach.
Good. Natural
20.
20. So you get the arrow out.
What is this Christmas tree of events right now?
You get the arrow out. But yeah, you rip this way, pulling back or pulling out frontwards the barbed arrow and taking with it flat chunks of your organs that are still hanging onto this thing. Sever one of them. Some kind of thing just got cut. Blood
Guilty.
spraying on the snow. Roll me a con save.
Sure, for sure, for
Loves
sure.
Christmas, but he's epileptic.
Okay, 12. You don't pass out instantly from this pain. It's really bad. Roll me 2d6.
Oh no.
Are you sure they don't pass out?
7.
You take
I'm still-
7 slashy, runey damage from internal barbed arrows being pulled out of you at as strong as Z could literally pull an arrow out ever. You pulled it out.
Notice I rolled a 1 and a 6. By the way.
Yeah, it's still Christmassy. So we've got
What
a
are you
natural
gonna use
1.
this right now?
We've got a natural 1, then we've got a nat 20. Then we've got a 1 on the d6, and then a 6 on the d6. Z's just stuck in this turmoil of unlucky luckiness, going in the opposite directions. Their life, how did they get here?
I
So
shall
yeah.
call you
Unless you'll
Benjamin.
abandon them.
Needless to say, the bandage work on that other injury is probably falling apart during this act. You're not doing great.
No.
You're not. Holy shit!
Yeah, Gets?
It's just hilarious.
It is, really.
Now, I imagine. So you can tell me if I'm wrong. I imagine Z like does that muttering to themselves,
Yes.
and here's how I'm gonna and then you were crawling and then you just came up on your knees and just yanked it out, and it started with this like rage of like and then it just now it's like
Just reversed seppuku.
yeah. So
Reverse seppuku to
what was a
yourself.
rage scream has turned into a utter just shriek of pain,
Ow.
echoing. Roll a performance. DC
No,
15
no.
performance checked. Let's wrap this game up.
At
Fuck.
20.
What the fuck?
Okay.
That
This
20
is
for-
this is ridiculous. This is just ridiculous.
It's the barbarian tribes.
No.
They've fallen on the goblins.
No, I'm doing it. I don't give a fuck. This is happening. So you roll a natural 20 performance. You scream so goddamn loud that like everyone around can feel like the vibrations of this scream. And this isn't a huge hill, but it's tall enough right here. First of all, there was a polar bear up here. They fucking run. They're just gone.
Bye.
They run away.
No,
And-
that ain't me.
The snow on here, it's not a ton of snow, but it's enough snow to fall down and start sliding and cascading towards this cart. So you cause a mini avalanche.
Impressive.
Going to the goblin with the concussion. Holy shit, they rolled a 19 to not get destroyed by this avalanche. They let the avalanche go ahead. They just stop. Then they walk.
After you, sir.
That being said, let me roll for the other goblin. Natural 20. Holy shit. This goblin that was down here at the base, they pick up that crossbow and just climb up the side of this wagon like it's no big deal, like to get up on top.
Badass.
He didn't get hit at all.
This moment for Zilphanus is like Muji's moment in the house season. This is like the Z's equivalent of that.
And this avalanche comes cascading into the wagon, and these polar bears strapped to it. Which is fine.
Good show, Zilphy.
Fuck off.
Oh, no. Those belong on the inside. Frantically scrambles for first aid
Oh.
kit.
Absolutely, thank you for that useless observation.
Yeah, it just travels its entire distance until it gets to the base here. Like, the low point is where this thing was at. That takes 3 seconds for that to get down there on Z's end of Z's turn.
Very scary.
So half a round to hit this thing. Okay, and... Okay. Sure. Wagon. Wow. Bear. Bear.
Wagon? There?
Bear.
So it hits the wagon, and the whole thing just rocks. Like, when it gets hit with this thing, it stays together. This bear on this outside edge, let me come down to this wagon, and I'm going to zoom in on it. So the wagon rocks, but it does not break apart. It's like half buried in snow. at least up to the midpoint of the wheels. This first bear that gets hit and it's tied up is like, and gets knocked over prone and like rolled in the ground, taking some damage.
Bear tipping.
This
Favorite ass one, Dale.
it only
Barbarian.
takes 1 damage.
What is this? Why?
The straps on the bear that rolled break. The straps on the bear that don't roll are fine. So this bear is free. That's
Thanks,
fine.
I hate it.
And then everyone on this thing, they're just like rocking. One of them falls off. It's this guy. He falls down into the compacted snow, taking... Dude, there's just so much going on right now in my head. Sorry. He takes 10
Very
damage. He dies. Fuck. He falls off unexpectedly, just like that like falling off backwards off a ledge, like nothing to grab, and flips over perfectly to land on the top of his head. Falls through into the snow, head hits a rock, dies instantly.
What a
Oh.
way to go.
Killed by an avalanche that was done by a scream.
You know, technically, Zilphy,
The
you're doing
bird
it.
flies up a little bit, not far
Yeah,
away,
we-
just circling.
What were you saying? Was it okay?
Valis. It's
Doesn't
your
matter.
fucking turn.
Valis is just looking at Z like, oh fuck.
Z is bleeding and hemorrhaging. All the leaking words. That's what Z is doing. They're leaking, and it's chunky leaking, like the stuff coming out of organs onto the ground.
Let's do
Ugh.
I now have to roll 2 Constitution saving throws to do anything in battle.
Do you need the kit Valis?
Sure. As he's like running by,
Yeah, just take the bag.
and he will attempt to.
These gems are not worth this.
You know what? No, they're not.
Mm-mm.
We should probably go.
We've killed them. We can get the sled. We should. Come this far, and I'll
Here's
be
what's gonna
damned if we
happen.
abandon it
We're
now.
gonna walk back to town with Zilphy on the sled. There's like little pieces of wood splinters, just like on his person.
Okay.
Just a mound of ingots. Doesn't explain anything to the gate people.
Oh yeah, I forgot to have this goblin move after the avalanche. Hold on, let me do that. So Valis, what do? You ask, like, do you need the kit?
Yeah, Sana
Yeah,
would basically just
Sonny-
bounce off his like whole bet, like just take the and then get him
Yeah.
patched up, stabilize him, and then
Yep.
I'll mark another use of the kit off.
Not dead. Dying yet.
Roll a medicine check. Valis.
17.
Nice.
We'd
So
also like you to stop bleeding.
yeah,
No.
You-
A real elf
you
does.
use another use of this medical kit, and you shove their stuff back in, just like not that long
Push
ago.
their shit back in.
Deja vu. And
Deja
you,
vu.
you get
The card they're just
you get Z put back in Z. Z's 1Z now, kind of.
hey, he's a onesie.
He's a 1Z. Yes, you. It was a 2Z.
Really, that's my brain outfit. Is a
You're
onesie.
now wearing him.
If you want 1Z, don't use the pull-out method. It doesn't make any sense.
Oh.
Anything else, Valis?
No, you see, if
No.
you want
Okay.
onesie, you do use the pull-out method.
Yeah, see that? But it doesn't make sense with the pun, so I don't know how to make it work. All right, so
That's how
Down
Z
here.
came to be.
to the
Pull-out
polar
method.
bear that is now free. Polar bear that's now free. sniffs, and moves around back and sees the concussed goblin and is going to attack.
Jesus
Yes.
fuck.
19
Meh.
hits.
That
Okay.
goblin is not having a good day.
Dude, the damage rolls just aren't working. I don't know why. When I have it with the always roll advantage, I need to fix all this stuff. Apparently, it's a bug. What if I roll it again? Sorry, I'm going to try this one more time. So what if I rolled again normal?
Oh no!
It's still always rolled advantage.
Holy shit, that's really good.
It's really good.
Okay.
Terrible, I love it. Thank you, Tag.
Motherfucker.
I am tired of these motherfucking weapons
Fucking-
and my motherfucking guts.
Finish on the
Yes!
Don't auto roll. I'm going to try it one more time.
He is absolutely getting his shit rocked this session.
The
Oh,
sheet
yeah.
is not working, so I'm gonna have to. I even tried to change it, it just won't work. So I'm gonna roll damage manually here. I don't know what's going on with that one.
Oh, an old fashioned.
Oh, so that's different. Here's the slash. Okay, so yeah, the polar bear comes up on this concussed goblin who's looking up, about to try and climb, and from right to left cleaves this goblin in half, sending the upper part of their body up in the air a bit as it tumbles, kind of spraying blood on the goblins and the wagon and the blood around and the snow around, and then just tears into the bottom half of this goblin on the ground. Sorry, buddy.
Delicious.
And then kind of looks up and roars at the top of this wagon. The other one's just kind of uncomfortably tugging. Sane.
So I just gotta take another shot at that fancy one that had the torch.
Okay. Sane, fire away.
Blah blah. That is going to be a 24.
Okay. So you fire that 24, and that goblin that you shot at somehow gets swiped to the side as another goblin takes the shot.
Good job, Mr. President.
Roll damage. Okay. So yeah, you fire at that one with one ear, and just before the arrow gets to the wagon, they swap places and hold this other goblin in front of them. This goblin takes the shot right in the chest for 8 damage. Would you get sneak on that? I don't think so. 6
I
damage.
mean, I would lobby for the fact the goblin who got shot wasn't expecting it.
No. So you hit him for 6.
No, yeah.
And the goblin he shot does not die, but they're like, ah, and like clasp the arrow in their chest. You lung shot him, clearly.
Perfect.
All right. So,
How many more can you? How many more do you have? And just goes back to ground.
there's some more commotion in the wagon, and this goblin hops down. Move you. The one with one ear hops down. The one with the arrow in their chest is like, if you guys knew
Lumps
Goblin,
down.
you know they were swearing. They hopped down.
Oh,
Let me see real quick here.
Boromir. Ooh. What? You know, technically, Boromir took 3. You've got 1 left, Sylvie.
Those are also really thick arrows that Boromir took.
Yeah, they're like, can I fire a javelin out of my bow? Damn. What? What's your strength score? A lot.
Okay. And I can't quite change that yet, but I will do that soon. Zilphanus, how you doing, buddy?
I am at really, really rough. One more arrow and might be done a second time.
Cool, cool. That's good. That's what you want. Let's see. Doing something here.
I'm just still crying in pain.
Okay. Why don't you
Probably
go ahead-
actually cracked at this point.
Why don't you go ahead and roll me a con save?
Just say no.
Why don't you just go ahead and do that?
10.
Okay.
10.
So yeah, you're
Out of 10 would get
conscious.
stabbed again.
You're conscious. Valis is like patching you up. I imagine you're like on your back or something at this point.
Probably.
Yeah, so I was just like, it's like leaning over you with all their weight, trying to hold your guts in again. Too soon. Anything else you try and do, Z, with your turn?
I try and help him at all.
How? That's
Additional pressure.
so
I don't know.
you're trying to hold your guts in as well. Sure. Roll me a medicine check, Z.
That's all I can do because I don't got anything else unless I try to
You
attempt
could
to
sit
sew
up and
myself up.
fire again.
No, you
Oh,
literally
wow.
can't. He rolled a 10.
No, that was just to pass out or not. So your hands are technically on your stomach. They're there. Whether
There.
they're not really helping, they're not really hurting. They're there, you know. Okay. So as it comes around to the goblins that are alive's turn,
You're getting mauled by a bear.
very quickly, let's pan over here. It's not working.
Crazy bastards!
The cart goes up in flames fast. And you can see like kind of coming off, like there's like straw coming out just from the heat waves. Like this thing lit up quick. And they're running. They're running now. So I can't grab their tokens. Hold on. I'm gonna move the fire. Ignore this.
A floating ball of sentient flame.
Oh no.
The hawk and the goblins that are left, they all just like jump off this front ways, light this thing up, and sprint off the map.
Bye.
They're gone. You could technically try to keep shooting at them as they're running.
No. Valis, you asked if we should get the cart now.
So, turn order is still going because there's a loose polar bear and a tied up polar bear and fire.
Yes.
Um,
Quickly. We need to get that thing out and fast.
What a sentence.
Okay, so there's a fire. These gobos, they run. And I
Valis
think
looks over to
this is-
Sane,
yeah,
looks
it's
down
Valis.
to Zophanis. Are you okay for the moment?
You're fine, go.
And he's going to book it full turn. I don't know how far I can actually move with the
You
sprint
can get
mechanic.
there
If you
Again.
use your sprint mechanic, you can get there
5 times.
5 times your
Yeah.
movement speed. So
Sprint
I'm
mechanic.
giving you that.
Just
That's all you do. Boom.
yep.
Not even
Yeah,
a
I'm
word.
getting
Just sprints over there. Polar bear. I should zoom out. So yeah, you sprint. You get to the sled covered in iron and things.
Valis is probably like me, how I would be in real life, running into a dead sprint. Just
Yeah, you make it there. You're tired. So the polar bear is probably not liking this fire too much.
Reasonable.
Yeah. And what are they gonna do? I think they're just gonna grab this goblin and kind of just keep destroying it. There's reasons for that.
I'll pay you $20 to fuck off.
I can't move the goblin too, but just imagine this polar bear like kind of walks up the slope a bit and is just tearing goblin bits apart.
Yes.
The other one is trying to break free from their... Nope, they are tied. Sane.
Asane, here's my question. Could he fling the bow down towards Zilphi and go into a dead sprint?
No. You could go
Perfect.
into a dead sprint. You could throw it down there and try to get down there, but yeah, okay. You dead sprint down there with your snowshoes. You make it down there as well. Z, you gonna sprint too?
I'm thinking. I see how it is.
Yes. Stay there. We'll
So
be back soon, hon.
They ran down.
No one told me to stay here. Everyone just ran over the hill.
I mean, Valis kind of alluded to it. He's like, "Are you okay for a little bit?" Like that.
Yeah.
He did explicitly say that.
Okay, this is true. He did.
Come on.
You could
Come
sit
on
up.
now.
You could sit up and see what they're doing. They're at the slope.
I'll do that. Still trying to also
Roll
do
roll a medicine and a perception, and we'll see how much each interferes with the other. You're trying to hold some pressure.
13.
13 medicine, 18
18.
perception. So you're able to kind of you keep pressure on enough for a bit. You can see that your companions did in fact run down. They're like probably kicking goblins out of the way as they slide to a stop, and the raging inferno that is starting down where the wagon is.
I just weirdly slide back down the side of the hill.
Take me.
All right, Valis, Sane. There's a polar bear roaming around during your guys' turns. What are y'all doing here? Just gonna try and drag this thing up?
Yep, Sonic
Yep,
takes the
yep.
straps on one side. Alex probably takes the other, and we're gonna try and get this going.
Okay.
Yup.
So,
Together.
Let me see here. First of all, roll me athletics, but we're gonna come. It's gonna be funny. We might even end it soon.
I'm slutty for it. Let's go. Nice.
Oh no.
I mean, here's the
Yes.
thing.
Roll away, Valis. Yeah, this is amazing. So,
No.
So Sane rolled a grand total of 6. Valis rolled a natural 1 for their
Yes.
athletics.
For a total of 0.
For
Yes.
a total of 0.
Let's not forget the 0.
He Valis is still dying from just the dead sprint.
Yep.
The other thing I forgot to say, technically, Sane, that athletics check should be at disadvantage.
Yeah, that's a good point. Hold on. Yeah. So disadvantage.
I forgot to do that with a few things with you.
Oh, it didn't roll then.
It's fine.
Oh, well.
You're
Yeah.
Down
Here's the
to,
thing. It's the same thing.
down to a 5 from a 6.
Yeah.
I forgot about that with the perception check earlier, but whatever. We're gonna maybe end it here. I'm not sure. How are you guys feeling? Do you want to keep going a little bit more and get through the rest of this, or do you want to end it?
I really just want to get this cart going with Zilphi on top of it.
I would at the very
Yes.
minimum like to get to Bryn Shander. At
Like,
least.
can we please get this cart rolling back? Like, Gats, fucking sprain her ankles. I don't know, give us muscle tension. Fucking pull a joint out of socket. We'll get this thing rolling eventually.
Okay. Valis, your bless is broken with that nat 1 for sure. But
Yeah.
Okay.
That was Sonny like, I've got lucky.
No. Oh fuck.
So, my goodness, you guys.
It's the dice,
Not
okay?
making us roll.
Don't roll. Just let me tell you.
Roll the cart. It'll be great.
This is just fun. I
This always happens. You think it's a simple encounter that'll take us like 30 minutes.
So, someone real quick, find in the compendium what it's called where I check the push and pull capacities. Like what is that called again? It's like using skills or using ability scores or
Ability scores, lifting and carrying.
yeah,
right?
Something like that. I need the actual word.
The
using
the
ability
other-
scores, I think, right?
Yep.
Let me see here.
Using ability scores.
Just want to make sure I got this math right on the... Come on. Trying to find the carry thing. Because I'm tired. But not so tired I need to stop.
For carry, it is 15 times strength.
Yeah, we're not carrying
And
right
then
now. We're
lift,
pushing and
push,
pulling.
drag.
Push, pull,
So drag is 30.
Okay.
30
so
times.
30 times your strength itself. So 30 times
8
8.
twice.
That's not enough anyways.
I mean, it's also on a sled.
Yep. It's
And
to,
there's two of us.
it's to break that static friction to get it moving. So 30 times 8.
30
Z.
times 16.
Z, what is your strength score? Your actual number on your sheet.
10
10?
is my strength.
Okay.
No, strength is one of my things, but I put no points into it.
So,
Also dying slightly.
yes, you are slightly dying. It is clear, and I'm going to explain a little bit more here. It is clear that you two cannot move this sled by yourselves. Valis, let's see. Roll me a d6.
Yep.
2. So when you go and like wrench on this thing and you do it with bad ergonomics, you're probably in a rush and you like throw out your lower back as you're trying to move this sled. Just you felt like something's not right, twist, and there's this sharp pain and you feel like you want to put your weight on one side now. And you take 2 damage.
Ouch.
So many nat ones. It's clear to you guys, you two can't move it by yourselves. Do you want me to kind of throw out the different avenues, or do you guys want to come up with it yourselves? Because I know it's late. Give me a vote.
I take
What are our avenues, DM?
That's
Yes.
Eller's.
What are our options?
All right, so you could throw a rope to Z and have Z pull as well. You could try to utilize the polar bears.
you know the polar bears, they seem a little angry.
Yeah.
No. Z, sorry, you're
Yeah.
pulling.
Yep. Sorry.
It's okay. If this is how I die, then it's fine.
Alice, can you... We can't move this on our own. Can you get Z? I'll get these goblin corpses out of the way.
You have ropes. You could just throw a rope
Yeah,
if
that...
you want.
I mean,
Just to speed it up.
yeah. Also, I'm taking some... taking these goblin ears. The right one for each of these.
Get your knives back.
Yep, and me knives.
Let me roll
Ideally,
something.
while you're stringing that rope. Hey.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Just to be clear, not that much time to get this thing moving as this polar bear is sniffing around and exploring.
You know what? Fuck all that noise.
But you guys get the rope to Z real quick. It's fine. I'll just imagine you guys managed to throw it there. You guys both have like 50-foot rope, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got...
What is the gap here?
100.
100 something. So Z, you would need to move a bit closer to help out.
Well,
Which you can do. It's fine. And Sane, Valis, both of you roll me survival to tie your rope together. That's just
That's just
13.
13.
Yep,
It's just
13, 16. Okay, you guys got your ropes tied together well enough. Z, you've got one end of the rope. They tied it to this sled. Sane, Valis, you guys are all there to get this thing moving. The polar bear is encroaching. So,
We are going.
what's up, Charlotte?
yeah. So I would probably at this point, like, realizing that they need me to help them, take off the face fabric and like tie it around my waist to try and keep things
stuff
in
in.
place while I
Just
pull.
give you more medical gauze. That's pretty weird.
I mean, there's medical gauze there, so they're tying it on instead of holding it.
Nice.
I'll just say you can do that. I kind of want to make you roll a survival for the knot, but I'm not gonna, because I don't want you to explode right now. I'm like, all right, let's go.
That'd be another one. You know it
Right.
would.
I don't want to.
Yeah.
Not yet. That's what the tug's for. So
Drag the tire and bandana.
Oh fuck.
I assume none of you have athletics as your proficient
None.
skills. That's just fine. All of you roll me athletics, all in unison. Sane with disadvantage because he is exhaustified.
Damn it.
So Sane, 16 on one die, 2 on the other. After the -1, Sylphanis with the 6, Valis with the 18. So Valis is still doing better than all of the rest of you, despite throwing his back out.
Makes
All I
sense.
needed was one of you to break the DC. I was just like, God damn it, one of you break this
Just
DC. And you get it sliding. So the sled is technically moving. Congrats. It feels awful, Zylphanis. And Sane, you're like, my little muscles. Why am I doing this? I knew we should have gotten somebody to do this for us.
Yeah.
Probably going through Sane's head.
Yes.
Polar bear.
No.
Yes.
Fuck off.
Polar bear. How far is this? Polar bear closes this gap.
Oh. Oh.
Other polar bear cannot break out of them shackles. It's just like now kind of catching on fire and slowly burning alive. So that's
Cool.
good. That's good. Let's see.
Get those goblin corpses back where they were, GM.
Which ones?
The ones on the cart.
Oh. Wait, no, those ones are where they are. I didn't move them, I just moved the cart. Those are the ones at the back.
Oh, no.
So, you guys are like
Ugh.
running over goblin corpses. Although I did say you might have slightly kicked
We
them.
moved them out. We moved them out of the way.
So they're like this. You guys have this moving. It's not moving fast. This polar bear's running up. Valis, is there anything else you do besides just focus on moving this thing? Do any three of you engage
Wait.
this polar bear in any way, or do you let nature take its course?
Would
Unless that nature is mauling me.
Yeah.
would Valis know that he would be able to scare this off with magic?
Oh.
Roll nature, Valis.
Leave it.
It is an
be.
intelligence-based skill, I believe.
Is.
Nature, yes.
14.
14.
Probably not. There
Okay.
are some ways you might be able to do that, like if you had some big illusion magic or like a literal fireball, like that might do it, you know? but
Yeah, I'd
Mhm.
run from a fireball.
a firebolt.
Yeah.
This bear is not hungry or weak. This is not like the frail bear. This is a big ass
Mhm.
bear. It's,
Yeah, no, he's gonna focus on pulling then.
It's a
He's like,
healthy
fuck,
bear.
fuck.
All right. So just
He's
hoping.
probably just with the fear of the polar bear there, it's gonna push him a little bit harder to get this bitch moving.
All right. Do you want to try and roll another athletics, or just keep that 18?
Mm,
Keep that 18.
I'll keep my 18.
Good.
Pretty good
Good
for a
answer.
-1.
That is the correct answer.
Mhm.
So you guys are ignoring this bear. Just the bear's not
Yes.
there. It's just a scary nightmare. It can't get me if I just keep moving this thing.
Scary night bear.
Scary nightmare. Okay.
We bear it no ill will. We'd rather bear the load of this cart than its crushing jaws and paws.
He just coughs up blood. That pun was so bad.
What? Keel's over. Fuck.
All right. Roll 20 just had like a mini stroke, but we're okay. We're okay.
Not the only one that's had a mini stroke. I saw that. I saw that expression, Cats. We played with cameras on. What was that?
I'm just rolling what the bear's doing. Don't worry about it, or what the bear's going to do.
Worried about it.
What the bear starts with is
Keep Howling, Valis, it's got 4 goblins to get through. We've got at least.
the bear
You're one to fucking talk.
gets
I'm pulling this goddamn bitch by myself.
up to this first goblin, and with rage in its roar, bites
Oh
it.
no.
God, why is it all doing? It's just the sheet's broken. It's really frustrating. Whatever. 22 to
There you
attack, and I'm not even gonna roll. I'm just gonna say what happens. Yeah. So it bites into this goblin and then rips it into pieces with its 2 paws, like collapsing in rage, and just like tearing up the snow and everything around it, just destroying the ground where this goblin was dead.
All the more reason to not be around it.
Yes. Sounds like you guys are keeping on, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's move you another 15 feet. Just to make this clear, right now you're going up a slight slope. You got this thing in motion. Sylphanis, you're pulling on this rope. It feels awful. You're technically doing a little bit. Sane is like kind of helping, and Valis is really the one pushing and breaking this going
Yeah.
uphill.
I'm just keeping the momentum, honestly.
Like probably more keeping it straight, if anything. Like
Okay. Yeah.
if that makes sense.
I love how Valis, probably the weakest one out of the party,
Yeah.
is always the one that keeps
You
succeeding on the
saved
fucking
the weakest
athletics checks.
one. But you've got double the mass of Sane.
Oops. Oh man.
Yeah, but
So all you have to do is lean forward and gravity will do more work than Sane.
And you move the cart a little bit more.
I get it though, and he's a swole boy.
This
He's
bear
also
this is
healthy.
apparently.
runs over to the next goblin and grabs it by its throat with its teeth and just starts shaking it apart with such ferocity that actual like limb goes flying. So that's good. Yeah. Keep it on.
Yes.
Cool. Another 15 feet or so. You guys keep pulling this cart. I'm
You're just
gonna-
being spooky. Spooky.
And the bear
we
runs
crest that
over
ridge?
to the next goblin right next to it and just pummels it into the ground with both of its paws, turning it into paste. And you guys move it another 15 feet or so. Zia, imagine you like get up and start moving with them at some point.
Start hobbling over.
Yeah. So you
I get up now.
like out front with the rope reeled in, moving, trying to get this off of the map to safety. The bear
So
goes
close.
over to this next goblin and tears it into little shreds. You guys move another 15 feet.
Sylphie's off the map.
Zilphanus is
free.
off the map, but I can't technically move them. Valis and Sane, you guys are there.
Touching the border.
The bear's out of goblins. Any change to your guys' tactics?
Just keep going.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just want to get back to Bryn Shander.
And the bear
You're
is
supposed
like
to find Buddy.
sniffing angrily, kind of coming up the hill slowly.
Yeah, we're leaving.
You guys move it another 15 feet off the map, and I rolled low enough that the bear is more attracted to this blood pile of your guts than
You can have it.
the other bear, unfortunately, died horribly strapped to this wagon.
Pretty grisly.
Roared in flames, flesh slowly burning off of it. You could hear its echoing screams as you guys slowly tug your cart towards Bryn Shander.
Normally Z would care. He does not right now.
No bear cares hairs for yars.
No.
I think
Got
the care,
THC and my insides want to be on my outsides.
I think that care seeped out of you in that alcove.
Zalphanus is definitely not a Care Bear right now.
No.
Touch him, he'll kill you.
Fair enough.
Right.
Maybe not you two, but anybody else. He's like, I will cut your hand off and take your face.
Okay. Give me one.
Rather
moment.
like my face.
Too bad. I know. Stop me, you won't.
All right.
Oh, one throwing dagger.
Right now, I think it'd be pretty
Jagged.
easy to take down Sylvanas.
I don't know. Lady Luck.
What did you say, Joe?
Nothing. Because we're a strong, united team who's pulling a sled.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. Well, am I pulling this sled?
You're all pulling the sled because if one of you stops, the sled stops.
Cool. That's fine.
One of you give me one last survival roll as you're dragging this back towards Bryn Shander.
Sophie's in lead.
See.
Yep.
Please, Sylphanus, roll me a survival check. Oh, Scout of Rangeliness.
10.
Very average.
Yeah.
Just saying
You
something.
know what? It makes sense right now. A little distracted.
No. I
Look
see
at
that
my-
look.
Look at my lips. Like,
No.
looking at me chart here. What this
No.
means. The die have
It's a Yeti,
spoken.
isn't it?
The die have spoken.
Oh no, it's another blizzard. That's what it is.
Now
Always a blizzard.
probably just end it here and pick up next week, unless you guys want to do this last little thing.
Let's do it.
I'm
please.
committed to getting back to Bryn Shander.
Yes.
Yes.
Whether that's in a fucking body box or not depends on what this 10 is.
We must know the 10. Okay, we've come
Alright.
this far.
Let me just give me a second here.
There's a point for every town.
Just give me a second here.
Would like
Going
to start
to
off.
rearrange. Gonna rearrange things.
Oh,
Oh.
Rearrange things. You guys are kind of going back towards a point of familiarity, and you come to nearby where that knoll was.
all we have to do is get 190 feet, then we're home free. No.
So let me check one thing here.
It's Tom.
What in tarnation? No.
Howdy, critters.
Ugh.
Only to you, Vals, because you're not a human critter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me check that and that. Yeah. That is what I rolled. So, there we go. So, nearby a familiar mound, there is another bipedal creature, and it is sniffing the ground where that gnoll had fallen. It rolled well enough to find its dead companion. There's 3 of you, one of it. You've got a bit of distance right now. It's holding a spear. Looks up at you guys, takes notice. What do?
Zane is gonna step on the cart, draw a bow, and check his languages before,
Check my language.
and we'll probably shout out in common, "Leave us! Run now, or we'll cut you down!" Like, ah! Ah! Ah!
Roll an intimidation, little one. 8.
8.
Nice. Okay. Cool.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Anyone else? Anyone else do anything? Asani's like,
Get out of here.
Kinda can't. Well,
oh, sorry. Sane. Roll that intimidation again.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, got that disadvantage. Oh. Anyways, still 8. Zilphanis is like, shit. Cart kind of slides to a halt.
Yep.
My only question is,
If you can bless us again, Valis.
He just jams his staff into the ground and he casts Bless
roll
again.
initiative. Perfect. Perfect. All right.
damn it.
Damn, 18 with Sane.
Sane is literally like, make a fucking move.
We doing this?
Having flashbacks already.
No.
Okay.
You're in a totally different spot now.
Holy crap. Okay. That makes sense.
Alu, we're just gonna fucking light this fucker up. I hope you
Yes.
know that. We're
Yeah,
putting this fucker down.
All right. So, Valis, Sane.
Hold on. Nope. I go first this time.
Yep.
Yeah, I was just gonna say last time Valis went on top because you guys have the same decks.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Thanks,
Go for
tiebreakers. So yeah,
Got it, buddy.
the thing I will say, you try to intimidate it. It tried to intimidate you with a fail as well. It was more of like a weird, like unearthly whimper.
Okay.
That was its intimidation. It rolled a 3+ charisma. Just like that. That's but more demony. What do
Nice,
Sane?
Narrow. Wrong answer. And he's gonna take a shot.
Fire.
The shot!
9, 10, 11, 12.
No.
12 hit?
No.
Okay.
So you fire, and it smacks the arrow out of the air with its spear.
Perfect. And with a bonus action, he's going to toss an oil flask at it. With a natural 20. He's gonna
Oh.
hit it in the face.
I want to check one thing, Sane, with your bonus action throws. I'm going to let it happen this time anyways. But with your feet, I think it's only when you throw something you can throw something, right? with your bonus?
Let me double check.
Just moving forward.
You can, when you make a thrown weapon attack, you can draw it as part of the same action. That's nice. Oh yeah, so when you use an attack action to throw a weapon or object,
Then you can
use your
bonus
bonus
throw.
action. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry about that.
It's fine. What
Um,
I'm going to rule is you already described kind of a held action for initiative. I'm just going to let it go through. Like, you kind of fired as a warning. Like, initiative starts when you let that arrow fly, is what I'm going to say happened. Your actual action is you throw the oil flask.
Yes.
Does that sound okay
Perfect.
with everyone? Just because there was a little confusion.
Works for me.
Yeah, so let's see.
I'm not no fancy rogue, so I don't get sneak attack.
No sneak attack. I think it does.
It does take
some
7 damage.
kind of bludgeoning damage when you peg it.
It's literally the same as my dagger. It takes 7 damage.
Yep. So you peg it in the face for 7 and douse it in oil.
Light it up.
I don't think there's even a save or anything,
There's
if I
not.
recall. So
Nope.
that was a nice hit. You hit it right in the face. Valis.
He's just gonna step forward into range of this thing, and then just kind of like bring the staff up, and then just thrust firebolt outwards. I'm praying to the gods that this fucking hits.
22 will hit. Yeah. So go ahead and roll damage, and then I'll describe what happens.
So 4 plus how much from oil flask?
So 4
5.
fire damage, and then
I think
But
it's
if it
5.
takes any fire damage, it takes an additional 5 fire damage from the burning oil, and then gets immolated within a 5-foot square area. So that's
So
nice.
9 fire.
That's good thing I already had that fire just on the ready. Let me just.
go die. What do you think? Funny? We like to joke a lot around here.
That didn't work. Why aren't you? Go...
Holy
There we
fuck!
go. Yeah. So you immolate this poor guy. For 9 fireys. Okay. Shit. Its turn? Question mark. Yeah. So do one more thing. No. Yeah. This bad day to be this null.
Yeah.
It
That
like
day to be me too, apparently.
runs vaguely towards you guys. 30 feet. I'm just going to just say this is 30 feet. And then is going to huck a spear in the direction it thinks you guys are. Yeah, don't worry about it. It doesn't hit because I rolled. And I'm sure he can see fine through the broken glass, oil and flames in his eyes. Spear lands like 15 feet to the right of you guys. Dude, this poor Null. Z,
Yeah.
you gonna do anything with this poor little Null?
You know, not to the null. Probably keep pulling to maintain momentum so we don't get stuck again.
I'll say it. The
We've
card already
slid to a
stopped.
stop.
It
Yeah,
stopped.
we're gonna have to
Sane's
get
on
it
top
going
of
again.
it too. He's being super unhelpful right now with
Can I
pulling, but he's fucked it up. with the
Try
oil
and get it
flask.
going again.
Just don't. You all three. It's been established. You all three need to do it.
Okay.
You can stop it from sliding backwards.
Just bring it
Okay.
low.
You're like holding it.
that.
You're holding it.
Yep.
Okay, that's fine.
It's my turn.
Sane, it's immolated. It's blind. What now?
Short bow. 16, 17.
Yeah, that hits. For
Can't see me.
yeah, it doesn't matter because it didn't have more than 7 HP left. So you fire, thud into its chest, and it tries to let out a scream, but it gets burned up by the sound of fire and crackling as it falls to the ground dead.
Jolly vaunts over, picks up the spear, set it on top of our cart, pick up his spot, ready to pull.
It's just kind of smoldering and shriveling, and you can hear the kind of squeaky sounds of flesh burning and getting hotter as you guys get the cart moving again. Like, fuck that.
Yep. Valis tosses his staff into the cart and then just starts yanking the cart onwards.
Fun.
All right. Give me that spear.
You got a Knoll spear added to your inventory. Just drag a spear over and then put
Yep.
Knoll in front of the name.
Where the gates? Where the gates? Where the gates? uh. What you doing, God?
Don't worry about it.
But what you doing, God?
Don't have to worry about it. So,
That.
you guys get to and approach the northern gate of Bryn Shander. After a quick jolly vaunt out into the tundra.
10, 12 hours. Maybe more. More, probably.
More than
16.
12.
Guards are probably
More
like,
than 12.
holy shit, they survived.
You guys come back like
Fuck happened to you?
looking like those goblins, leaning at like 45 degrees, trying to move this thing with your snowshoes, and finally get up to the gate. See if it's even the same gate guards. I don't think it is. One of the gate guards recognizes you guys like, "Oh, you're alive. I thought you guys were going to be right back."
We are! And in one piece, you snide! Open the gates!
They're
Please.
already like cracking it open. It's
Yeah.
you're gonna they
If I
let you
stop
in.
pulling this thing, I'm collapsing, and I want to do it inside. Preferably on a warm bed. It's just like swearing the whole time.
Welcome back to Bryn Shander. Just the cheekiest fucking gate guard right now.
Oh, you're beautiful. I never thought I'd miss you, but
And you guys pull in, and you're literally pulling. You're right outside the North Look because it's the first building
Yeah.
once you get in the North
oh,
Look.
you beautiful bastard.
Congratulations.
No, say that without a question. Congratulations. We did it, folks.
We did do it, guys.
That was the gate guard. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Especially after seeing Z,
That
who's
was-
just soaked in blood.
What next, fellas?
We do our session wrap up. All tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, okay, we can call it here. That's fine.
I was gonna
Made it
ask.
doesn't-
You
we-
could try and
we
set
fu-
up to the next step, but this is probably a good stopping point. It's
We'll
also-
start
We
off next
fulfilled our
session.
final goal. We got back to Bryn Shander.
You got back to Bryn Shander. Let me do a quick little bit of math here. It was probably close to 4 p.m. when you guys left, at least, right?
Ah, so we're back at like 5 in the morning.
And then you guys walked for about an hour 15, so like 1.25. Then you got stuck in a blizzard for 6 hours.
Oh,
Then-
yeah, huh?
Then you walked over, which maybe took 30 minutes. Or there was a bunch of like failure to
Round it
move
to an
after
hour.
that. Yeah, I'm gonna call it an hour to
Plus 8 resting.
to get to the cave, and then there was the kind of setup of the cave, which probably took 30 minutes, and then you guys did 8 hours of rest, and then you guys walked back and then over there, so call that like an hour. And then you added another 0.5 to get caught up with the goblins. Then you guys fought the goblins and dealt with the cart and stuff. It felt like 30 minutes. I don't
Okay.
know. With
Call it
all
30,
of it,
make it even.
plus 30. And then it took about 2 hours to get back. I'll do that math while we do our outros. You guys made it in the gate, but I have it all written down while I was remembering.
Boom, 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 boom.
Hello and good night, everyone, or good morning, or whatever. Thank you for tuning to Bane of the Ancients D&D, Season 6, Session 6. I'm Gats. I was the GM tonight, and who was I playing with?
Hello everyone, I go by Eludria Luna online. I was playing Sane tonight. It was a roller coaster, but a pleasure nonetheless. I hope you have an enjoyable evening. Pretty alright night, if anything. We'll take that at this point.
Hello, I am Charlotte, and tonight I played Sylphanus, the somehow still living ranger. Thank you for joining. Hope to see you next time. Have a good evening.
And I am Joe. I played Valestaleth, and I'm fucking back, baby.
Yeah!
I am no longer silent.
Yeah.
Thank you all for joining us, and we will
Yay.
see you next week.
Just to sum all that journey up, that was 21 hours.
Fuck!
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was going to have you guys roll con saves at the end of pulling this damn thing, but we'll do that next week. That'll be the start of
Yeah.
next session.
Read out once in a row, we just...
16 levels of exhaustion. You're all dead.
16 levels of exhaustion. We literally just fade from existence. Just become ethereal.
All right.
999